What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, July 23rd, 2026, and we are here at the Kaagbaan, where we'll be awaiting the retro Cargolux 747, which is underway from Miami, Florida. And there's also a special A380 underway, which is expected to arrive here between 1 and 2. So unfortunately, we'll be going to the wrong runway, 36 right, which is the secondary runway for arrivals today. Wind, again, as has been the case for a long time now, blowing from the north more or less, which means that runway use has not changed since the last time we were here. Primary runway for the arrivals today is the Kaagbaan. We have our first wide body, has just turned in, 777-300 if I'm not mistaken. It is arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. A very good morning and welcome to the show, everybody who joined already. Marja, goedenavond, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Then hope all is well in Prague for Wolfgang as well. Enjoy your vacation, mate. A warm welcome to the show, everybody else. Hope you're doing well. It's cloudy, as you can see. We have a ceiling, but the ceiling is around 4,000 feet, so the glide slope will not be hindered by clouds, nor will runway use. There are no, it's not marginal visibility. That's only the case if we have a ceiling below 2,000 feet. If all is well, it should stay dry, or mostly dry. Maybe 1 or 2 droplets. I did have a few droplets on the way to Schiphol this morning in the car, but when arriving here, since I've arrived here, it stayed dry. So hopefully it's going to stay like that. This is KLM flight 736, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao at 777-300 8 hours and 52 minutes underway. Flight time has been 8 hours and 52 minutes. The PHBVG, Bravo Victor Golf. 12 years old, 14 years old, first flight May 2012. Quite a few people already in the chat. Good morning to all. Jillard, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Honda, goedemorgen. Cas Gaming, good morning, goedemorgen. Chris Wilson, good morning, mate. Who else is in the chat? Let me have a look. Mr. F, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Jero, goedemorgen, good morning. Buddy, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Fabian, goedemorgen. Mark, goedemorgen. Michael, good morning, mate. Hope all is well in Kansas. Paul, goedemorgen, kerel. Eigenwijkse, goedemorgen. Dutch Aviation Freak, morgen. And Michael Vogel is celebrating a year of membership. He has got a green badge from now on. 1 year, whoop whoop. Congratulations, Michael. Hope that the year of membership has been to your satisfaction still, Michael. If that's no longer the case, or if anything can be improved in your opinion, do shout out and let me know. I'm always open for feedback. Hope you'll still enjoy the upcoming year with a green badge in the lounge. If not, let me know. Congratulations and thank you for your long-lasting support, Michael Vogel. 1990. Well, I say 19, but 92. Just 92. Unfortunately, Nippon Cargo arrived a little too early. I was still setting up. It landed here not too long ago. Parked right in front over here. Hans Horst, goedemorgen. And Vero, if she's there, good morning to you too. Malky, Minty, Stoddard, good morning, mate. Jurk, goedemorgen, good morning. Zolurk, goedemorgen, good morning. Who else is there already? I think I'm running behind in the chat. Zolurk, Vero is there. Agnes, goedemorgen. Alper Aviation, good morning. JP Kraus, good morning. Nurser, good morning. Kasper, goedemorgen. Philip, goedemorgen. Evan, top of the morning, senor. Sam, good morning. Tuning in from Nairobi, which is in Kenya, which is in Africa. Good morning to you too. Ella, goedemorgen. Bobbers, good morning. Han, goedemorgen. Arjan, goedemorgen. Malky is gifting a membership. Thank you so much for your generosity, Malky. You really didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. Eigenwijkse, the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Eigenwijkse. Enjoy the custom emojis now at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thanks to Malky for the membership. The Zaire, good morning. Aloha, tuning in from Kona in Hawaii. That's probably good evening for you. Late evening, I suspect. SAS up next, flight 1552, A320 Neo arriving from Stockholm. User, good morning. Hans-Josef, guten Morgen und Grüße zurück. Gurdeeps, goedemorgen, good morning. John, good morning and probably good evening to you. Hope you have had a good day. Oh. Evan says, peace out, assist baby, stay too long, batteries dying soon, guys, walk the din before going to sleep, before working at 6 a.m. It was nice speaking to you, albeit briefly, mate. Take it easy and we'll see you in the next one. This is not what I was hoping for. Some teeny tiny droplets are now falling, and I am thinking that this is probably the best way to keep the camera oriented. With the wind not blowing into the lens. Just a few slight drizzly droplets, nothing substantial, but if you are wearing glasses like I am, or if you have a camera, it might get a bit annoying if it continues. I'm not sure that it will. It doesn't look like it, but maybe it will, maybe it won't. We'll see. Roy, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Urlemans also back in the chat. Fern Sebastian as well. Guten Morgen. And welcome QJ. Jasper, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Rob, good morning. Rob Lerp also back. Mr. Pancho, good morning. Ruben, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing well. Already quite busy over here. Upon arrival here, I was awaited by a guy called Julius, a big fan. He's here with a big lens as well. He's taking pictures as well. And there were already a few people further towards the approach lights over there, sitting in the grass. Not sure if they're here for the Retrolux, which is underway, or maybe just coincidental. So, while we're waiting, I can show you Flight Radar and a quick look at what's going on over here. Now, unfortunately, I have a vet appointment later in the afternoon, so I cannot stay until after the A380 has landed. That will be the last airplane for me for today. Looking on Flight Radar, we can see that there is a Compass Air Cargo. I didn't see that earlier. That's underway, apparently flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. Doesn't say what its estimated time is, nor where it came from, but looking at Flight Radar, maybe Cairo? Looks like it. Or the first part of its flight is not showing on Flight Radar. Either way, it is underway. It's now above Greece. Usually that means it's around 3 hours away. So that should probably be arriving here around or shortly before 1 o'clock. Is that possible? Well, this has an ETA of 146 now. This is the Emirates Courier Express livery. Will be the last airplane for me for today. We have Retrolux coming in at 116 now. It's a bit of a pity that I can't stay longer, but Kuna and Nago is also coming. And more is underway. Cargolux from Nairobi, above Nigeria we have Silkway West. More is underway. Weather-wise, what does it look like? Wind is blowing more or less from the north, as it has been for a while now. Temperatures just below 20, moderate wind, 9 knots, 18 degrees C, ceiling at 4,000 feet. Below the ceiling we have good visibility, few clouds at 2,200. So, in other words, good glide slope visibility. Next airplane is now getting closer by. It is a KLM 737-800, arrived from Paris. KLM flight 1402. The next airplane shall probably be Delta Airlines flight 74, which is arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, an A330. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is the Kaagbaan where we're standing next to. Runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals, has been that for a while now. A massive big thanks to Evan for your super sticker. A 100 sticker, super sticker. Thank you so much, mate. Cabin on this 737. She'll have to sit with the plebs in the main cabin as she takes this flight. KLM in the background. At least one, if not two, A321neos and a Dreamliner. And also a massive big thanks and a massive congratulations to Jörg, aka JD, aus Düsseldorf. 35 months of membership. It's your last month of having a blue badge. One more month to go to party. Still happy to be here. Happy that you are able to find time to be here. It's been very busy in your life. I understand. Going to Thailand, and if I recall correctly, I saw that you announced another trip to Thailand pretty soon. So living the good life as a pensioner, and rightly so. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Jörg. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat, and even more so when you come over from Düsseldorf. Hope that everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. If that isn't the case, do let me know, and I'll see what I can do to make things better for you and all the other members. One last month of a blue badge for Jörg, 35 months and counting. Next month, big party, the 3-year badge, and another member who is leaving the blue badges behind. Bernd, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Hope everybody is doing well. The gear is extending on Delta Airlines flight 74. Using a bit of digital zoom, we can see it a bit better. It's magnification of pixels, and that shows mostly most pronounced in the lights. The light sources you can see they're squarish. Looks very fake. The top end of optical zoom is over here, so it's a lot of pixel magnification that you're seeing here. But it does allow to see a bit more detail in the airplanes. Oh. I thought it was later in this year that you were planning on going back to Thailand. I misunderstood then. April 2027. Oh, well, that will be here before you know it. We're already counting down to the winter sports season. With the weather that we're having today, it feels closer by than ever. Delta Airlines flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia is up close, and the next airplane should already be in the vicinity. I'm not sure, can we see it? Don't think we can. It is big enough that normally if visibility is good enough we ought to be able to see it. 777 arriving from Johannesburg. Engine sounds are starting to become audible. 7 hours 51 minutes and away. The November 828 November Whiskey. More of that digital zoom to see the wheelie, and eventually the nose gear touchdown. There we go. Top end of optical zoom is all the way back here. Now you might be wondering, boy, how about animal wildlife in the canal? It's relatively calm. I thought I saw swans further up in this side canal, for lack of a better description. I think they've gone onto land. I don't see them right away. You can see a few birds here and there. I'm not sure what they are, if they're ducks or most likely coots. Hard to see from here. Given the time of day, I'm inclined to say it's probably coots, but it might well be a few ducks as well. I thought I saw Gary Grebe in the canal over there, though looking at the canal right now, well, this is a coot. And no, I don't think we can see anything else other than that. The rest of the canal over here, and also a bit more over there, insofar as we are able to see it, is relatively calm, although I do believe that there is a coot. There was a coot swimming over there, but yeah, the grass is in front of it. It's hard to see. Maybe if they get closer by, we'll be able to catch a glimpse. For the time being, let's focus on what we can see best, the approaching airplanes. And in the meantime, having become visible, KLM Flight 592, which is returning from Johannesburg in South Africa. Hey Ton, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again. Inimini, goedemorgen. Welcome back guys, hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. This is KLM Flight 592, 777-300 the PHBVO Bravo Victor Oscar. It is an 11-year-old specimen. First flight was in March 2015 and its flight time currently 10 hours and 38 minutes. Next after this, Air Canada Flight 900, which will be returning to Amsterdam from Montreal, Canada. Surfaces look, the flapper on working, the flap surfaces look to be squeaky clean as they almost always are. KLM takes good care of their wide bodies, keep the flap surfaces clean almost always. Hey, Iceland Air is coming to Schiphol with a 757. Julius is showing me the picture on Flight Radar. What time is it expected? 1 p.m. 757 in the old standard livery. Iceland Air Flight 500. We can see that the gear is extending, the hatches are open, main gear coming out. Locking in place, and once that has happened and the nose gear light on, hatches closed, there we go. Bank rubber livery, ready to steal the loot, insofar as we still have any, which I'm not sure that we do. Tom Whiteleg, good morning. Alan, good morning, mate. How the fuck are you all? Well, I'm doing fucking great, mate. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing great as well. Yeah, and there's also something underway. Polish Air Force PL-48, that's a C295 Casa. Underway. What time is it expected here? Around 12, around noon. Well, there you go. Wolfgang asks, aren't the residents from Prague, I wonder? They are living in or in the Prague metropolitan area. I'm not sure if they live in the city or a bit more to the outskirts, but they definitely reside in Prague or the wider Prague area. You're absolutely right. United SAF special from SFO due in 15 minutes, says Malky. Is that so, mate? Oh yeah, the future is SA and then ... because using split screen I'm not able to see the entire message, but there's a special Dreamliner from United coming this way. Thanks for the heads up, Malky. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at those elevators going up to slow down the descent of the nose gear, so that the nose gear touchdown becomes smooth and silky instead of bumpy. Looking at the cargo apron, other than Nippon Cargo, it seems that the MPS is there as well. We have DHL twice, I'm not seeing double, that's 2 DHLs, and Turkish, and I always forget the name, Suparna, of course. Suparna. Oh, SAF, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel. I thought it was the abbreviation. I thought it was the beginning of a longer abbreviation, but it was just SAF. This is the flying on frying oil, cooking oil. Hello, Luco. Good morning, mate. Mr. Pancho. Good morning. Edwinov. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience. It's overcast over here. Big picture overview. This is looking to the southwest. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north, where the wind is also blowing from. And looking to the northeast, the clouds do seem to be a bit more dense. The northwest seems to be a bit more bright. I do believe that there is a tad of westerly component in the wind, so we'll probably need to look a little bit that way, or at least on ground level, that's where the wind is coming from. Looking to the east, things look like so, and looking lastly to the south, it looks like this. It is said that later today the sun is going to break through the clouds. I'm not sure that it will. Seeing is believing, but as long as it stays dry, that's the most important thing. There you go. I thought I saw. I did saw Pussycat. No, Gary Grebe. Gary Grebe. I already thought he was there, and we now have an actual sighting of him. The next airplane is also on the final now. KLM flight 644. There it is. Gear still up. It's arriving from New York JFK. Tarom is also arriving with, what is it? That's an A320. Nice. Tarom is on the way with an A320 today. Yayo D, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Summer heat, no factor in AMS today, says John. Absolutely not. If anything, I might actually put up the hoodie of my hoodie to keep the neck a bit warmer. And might also resort to putting on the fingerless gloves. I think I am going to do that because I do feel that my hands are starting to get a little bit coolish. And here we go. Gear in the meantime is extending on KLM flight 644, 78710 arriving from New York. It will be followed by an A319 by EasyJet. Oh yeah, the Herpa Derpa Derpa is also underway from where? From Aberdeen. There you go. We're also going to get the Herpa Derpa Derpa Embraer 190. That hasn't visited Schiphol in a while, and then all of a sudden 1 or 2 weeks ago it started coming in again. Uh-oh, flock of birds crossing traffic. Come on, continue flying. Yeah, well. Right, I hope. Yeah, they're probably lower than the airplane will be. Yeah, they're lower. Yeah, they're definitely lower than the airplane because they are still eerily close to where the glide slope is, but the glide slope does look to be a bit higher. Yeah, this isn't going to pose an issue. Yeah, Compass Air is also coming. Does it have an ETA already? And again, a few drizzly droplets. Dan, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Arwin, goedemorgen. Marcus, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Wind slightly picking up. And the drizzly droplets have once again stopped. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. We have EasyJet flight 28674 up next, arriving from Gatwick. On its left and further back in the background is Croatia Airlines, which is flying in with an A319 as well. 2 back-to-back A319s. Of course, flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Stefan Tudor, goedemorgen, good morning. 737 after that, arriving from Berlin. EasyJet up next, A319, flight time from Gatwick, 44 minutes, nominal flight duration. London, Amsterdam usually averages around 40 to 45 minutes. This is an Austrian registered airplane, the OELKX, Lima Kilo X-ray, 15 years old, first flight May 2011. Oh yeah. On the Compass 747 that is arriving, there's also something special on the tail. Sort of a rainbow. At least that's what we can see on the pictures. It would be nice to see if it is still on delivery or if it's been removed in the meantime. Next up, Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Another A319. 1 hour 45 minutes on the way. 28-year-old machine already. First flight was in May 1998. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Schiphol Airport, right along runway 06, the Kaagbaan, the primary runway for arrivals here today. Lovely predator bird over there, sitting on a sign of sorts. Next up will be a 737-700 KLM arriving from Berlin, flight 1772, and after that the special livery from United Airlines arriving from San Francisco. We're still waiting for the arrival of a special A380 by Emirates, which will be arriving here right now. The ETA is around 1:46. It's the what is it? The Courier Express special livery. It's underway and coming this way. Retro Cargo Lux is also coming from the other side, arriving from Miami, Florida. Should be landing here. The A380 will probably go to the secondary runway, which will be runway 36 right. In the meantime, good morning, Kipfish. Good morning, Richard Vos. Darek Laguna, good morning. Ronnie, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. A buzzard, says Tom. There you go. That was a buzzard. And this is a firefighter's training vehicle, TR-70. I think that everything with TR on it is a training, yeah, it says so on the tin, training vehicle. This is the Dutch word for training vehicle. So there you go. One training vehicle. Alright, time for United Airlines Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. The future is SAF, special livery. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 21 minutes on the way, the November 24988. The airplane is a year old, first flight was in October 2024, so it will be turning 2 pretty soon. Channel premiere. United special livery, have a look. The future is SAF. Very nice. Here I was thinking that the future was bright and orange, but I guess I am mistaken. Gertin, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. And you too have a great day. Jerry Slijm, goedemorgen. Right. Bits of blue seem to be visible over there. So it does look like things on the northwesterly side are a bit more open than elsewhere. Looking to the east, it looks a bit darker. Absolutely it does. Here's the United. United Dreamliner having vacated the runway. Matt, goedemorgen. GR3GM, good morning. United vacating. It's nice to see a different color scheme on a United. Don't think it is necessarily pretty, but it is something different. It stands out. That's always good. A bit of variation. Now, prepare for the first A350 of the show. Vietnam is on final, now number 2, being preceded by an E2 Embraer by KLM. Here's the A350 already. Gear still up. Hey Maxime, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Gear now extending on the A350. Vietnam Airlines Flight 83 arriving from Hanoi. Now number 2. 10 hours 44 minutes on the way. 10-year-old machine. First flight October 2015. The Victor November Alpha 889er. Before it's going to land, we'll first see the landing of an E2 Embraer by KLM. Here it is, E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva. Big fat Kaagbaan in the back. And a whistle, a familiar whistle. Right, it touched down, back to the A350. There we go. KHB Goat, good morning. Indeed, Chris. Kevin. New special livery. Make sure to use it, guys. Speaking of new liveries, Reminds me I need a hydration break. Right, Vietnam Airlines arriving from Hanoi, 10 hours 45 minutes underway. 10-year-old machine already. Gorgeous looking A350. Also on my end as well, Maxime. Maxime reports that in The Hague, a bit further to the south, the sky is slowly getting brighter. Well, it is. That's also the case over here, actually. If you have a look at the north, you can see it's already a bit brighter. The most dark clouds now seem to be to the east of us. Looking to the northwest and to the west, and particularly over here, we can even see a bit of contrail remnants through the lower clouds over here. And right in the near zenith, there are some openings as well. The south is still pretty cloudy, but it is getting a bit brighter. So what they predicted was going to happen does seem to have started, namely that the sun is going to peek through the clouds later in the day. Definitely looks like it's happening. So, quite a few interesting airplanes are underway. We have an A380 in special livery. We have Retrolux. We are expecting an Iceland Air 757-200 in old standard livery. Iceland Air Flight 500 arrived from Reykjavik. Look it up on Flight Radar, it's coming. Compass Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo 747 is also underway. Before that, we are going to get KLM Flight 598, which is returning from Cape Town in the south. Here it is. It is a 777-300 11 hours and 8 minutes in the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Foxtrot BVF. Mr. DL, good morning. Robert, goedemorgen. Edgar, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hey, Marianne, goedemorgen. And congratulations, Marianne is celebrating 31 months of membership. A very good morning, everyone. And boy, good morning to you too, Marianne. And thank you and congratulations on your long-lasting support and your membership anniversary. 31 months, no small feat. That the membership has been to your satisfaction and still is. If that's not the case, do let me know, Marianne. Let me see what I can do to make things better. If you have suggestions for improvements, it's always a pleasure to have you in our chat, and I hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. That was the sound of the wake. Hope you guys heard it as well on the ambient microphone. Arjan, goedemorgen. The city is calling. Wolfgang is going to enjoy Prague. I'll see you in the next one, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your stay, mate. And enjoy the good food. Allegedly, there's good food over there. There's good food to be had in Prague. Who would have thought? Good food, good beer. Enjoy it, mate. You've earned it. It seems that my tripod head is not exactly level anymore. Maybe it... one of the legs lowered a little, should be good again. Bubble spirit now says it's level. The bubble level says it's level. BA flight 430 arriving from London City. It's an A320, just a regular A320. Best I can follow the airplane without having to zoom out. You need relatively calm conditions with wind and a steady hand and a sturdy tripod. Alright, let's see, KM Malta will be the next arrival here. It's still flying base. Gives us a moment to have a look on flight radar to see where the airplanes of interest are at. Well, at least a few. I don't have a filter for the 757, but we can have a look at it. Quick glance on flight radar shows that the KLM Orange Pride is going out. It's going to Lima and is taxiing to the Polderbaan most likely. We are in avoidance of a few airplanes. Compass Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, is underway. 23-year-old machine. Still standing at 1:46 as estimated time of arrival is the Emirates Courier Express livery. Not sure if we've seen that before in the streams. Might be a channel premiere, I don't recall exactly. Cargo Lux, definitely not a new one. We've seen that before. It should be here around 1:16. Very nice. I have to wrap up after the Emirates has landed because I also have a vet appointment later in the afternoon. But otherwise, Kuehne and Nagel will be arriving here as well, one of the last 747s built. And if we disengage the restrictive filters that I have enabled or add the inbound, we can also have a look at Iceland Air Flight 500, which is a 757-200. Should be here around 12:30 in the old standard livery. I love that. Good looking machine. So yeah, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. Sit back and relax. Oh, I accidentally pressed the space bar. And that triggers a certain type of music. What I am going to do is take a hydration break and pour me a small glass of vodka. After that, I think we'll be able to see the KM Malta having arrived on the glide slope. Kompas komt, dacht ik, eerst. Ja, en Retro Cargolux komt ook eerst. Ja, die komt om 1:15. En om kwart voor 2. Ja. En de 380 die komt om 1:15. Okay, Malta, flight 394, arriving from Malta, that's an A320neo. 2 hours and 56 minutes on the way. Does seem to be a tad longer than normally would be the case. The 9 Hotel, November Echo Hotel, nah. Two-year-old machine. It turned 2 this month. First time was in July 2024. Nicholas, good morning. And welcome to the show, Marika. And everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. Still a cloudy backdrop, but it does look like things are slowly but surely opening up. Although, now looking to the northwest, there's also a bit of a darker line of clouds over there. I'm not sure if it contains any precipitation or not. Might give a few droplets. The question is, will it come this way or will it pass west of me? Rain were to become a bit more substantial than just 1 or 2 droplets, I do have an umbrella with me, but hope it won't come to that, won't have to come to that. It's looking like the orange pride is lined up on the Kaagbaan, ready to take off. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of it. It's just narrow bodies coming this way. KLM flight 1798 is arriving from Düsseldorf. That's the next arrival here. Still flying over Abbenes, relatively far away still. Kaagbaan departures should become visible somewhere over here in the field of view, generally speaking, depending on if it is a threshold departure, if it is a cheater's lane departure, if it is very derated, if the airplane is very heavy, if it is an A340 or another airplane type, a bit more to the left or to the right. But generally speaking, this is where you expect airplanes to become visible from behind either the highway on the left or the trees in the middle or to the right. Looking at flight radar, we can see that the orange pride has begun moving, will become visible in a moment. Ah, there it is. There it is. Nice and contrasty against the backdrop, making it good to see. The tricolor swoosh between the orange and the blue. A subtle reminder to brush your teeth twice a day. The orange pride is climbing out to the north until it reaches the North Sea Canal, which is when it will initiate a left-hand turn. That's how the standard instrument departures are routed. Hey Tina, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Metin to Fredde, good morning. Yogazi, good morning. Hey, aloha Jin Shin. Long time no see, mate. Hope you've been well. That's Orange Pride. Oh, with wing fluff. Turning westward to Lima. And it was also looking like it was hitting the cloud ceiling. It was entering the clouds. So perfect timing to switch to the arrival here. KLM arriving from Düsseldorf, Jurk's hometown. Just a mere 29 minutes of flying on average. Next arrival will be Transavia, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, 737-800. Just about visible over there. Only just. Flixav, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. This is Transavia flight 5624, which is arriving from Palma de Mallorca, 737-800. 2 hours and 7 minutes on the way to Papa Hotel Sierra Bravo. 16-year-old machine, first flight April 2010. Air Canada flight 808 is arriving next. After that, it's flying base and has just entered land in the vicinity of Noordwijk. On paper, normally speaking, under good conditions, it ought to be visible from here. If you know exactly where you need to look, I'm already looking to the right of the airplane now in the field of view to see if I can spot something. It's hard to see. I think that the clouds are probably still in the way. Air Canada is probably still flying in the clouds or above. Let me quickly glance off. Oh no, 2,100 feet. It should be below the ceiling and visible. Theoretically, it should be visible if you know where you need to look. I don't think I'm able to find it. Doesn't matter. We'll find it. It will come this way. It will find us. You see it? Oh yeah. Right, thanks. Yeah, it's right below the airplane in the foreground. Yeah, so there you go. Transavia is now nicely illuminated by the sun shining through the clouds, or at least the clouds are thinning. Nicely illuminating the Transavia 737. Let's see, it is 10:37. ITA is also coming, but is it coming to Kaagbaan or is it the first airplane to be going to runway 36 right, I wonder? That's the question. Has anybody checked omgevingsinfo Schiphol to see if ITA 120 is coming this way or if it will be going to 36 right? Usually in a few minutes from now, the secondary runway for arrivals is going to open up. On a day like today, it's going to be runway 36 right. We have another Canadian bank robber coming for our money. It's Air Canada Flight 808, arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours and 26 minutes underway. The Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Yankee. Is it a proper Canadian if it doesn't have a Quebec in the registration, I wonder? I don't think it is. It's a fake Canadian posing as a bank robber. Cheap trick to steal our money. It's an 11-year-old machine. First flight was in October 2014. Looking at the backdrop, you're inclined to think it might start raining soon. And it may well happen. It may well happen. When I am looking this way, I'm not sure if below that dark cloud that you see over there, it is dry. It might well be that there's rain falling over there. I don't think that is coming this way though. I'm certainly hoping for it, but I also am thinking that the wind is probably blowing it either north of us or south of us. And I have an answer to the question I asked just now. ITA is the first airplane going to 36 right. Converging arrivals commencing. Cabin right behind the cockpit. So converging arrivals have begun with ITA 120 becoming the first airplane to 36 right. It's a Bombardier C-Series 300 or A220. It means, look, now I see Coots being territorial. One Coot chasing a ducky away. Coots are always hostile to other birds, to their own kind. They're just bastards. Two airplanes on the glide slope. In the foreground an A321neo KLM arriving from Copenhagen, and in the background we can see a Dreamliner turning in. KLM Flight 741, which is arriving from Cartagena in Colombia, right next to Ecuador. Lucas, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at Kaagbaan, runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals. We are awaiting a special livery Emirates A380 and a retro cargo Lux. There's also a 757 on the way and more, so if you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and enjoy. Plenty more coming, and just like Pokemon, we are going to try to catch them all. Sam, goedemorgen. And good morning, Katie, aka Airplane Dances. She is back and she is celebrating 15 months of membership. She writes, "Hey boy, hey girl, what is up?" Congratulations, Katie, on 15 months of membership. I hope that the membership is still to your satisfaction. If it isn't, or if you have suggestions for improvements, do let me know. It's always a pleasure to have you in our midst, and I hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Congratulations on 15 months, Katie, and thank you so much for your long-lasting support. And good to have you back. Just in time for KLM Flight 7441, arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. Behind it, we have another A321neo. And after that, Air Arabia Morocco. The A320 from Tarom is now on final 236 right and should be the next arrival. Behind it, ITA 108, so Tarom is sandwiched in between the two ITA's. Ja, daar was ik al bang voor. The Compass 747 will be landing on the wrong runway, but that is to be expected. The lighting on the Dreamliner looks very nice, very dramatic, or at least it does on my camera screen. Right, Tarom usually flies a 737 to Schiphol, but not today. Have a look, it is an A320, insofar as we are able to see it. Looks a bit different, the livery as well. The tail looks a bit different, as if it is an updated standard livery. One last glimpse after it has cleared this building. There you go. Well, short, but nice to see. Next up, an A321neo arriving from London. And you might be wondering, London? I say yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
In the meantime, Jörg went ahead and started gifting memberships. JD, aka Jörg, gifted no less than 10 memberships. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. A warm welcome to the 10 new members who just received a gifted membership from Jörg, aka JD. Don't forget to say thanks. If you receive a gifted membership, use a custom emoji to thank the gifter. Jörg, thank you so much, mate. You really didn't have to. And warm welcome to the new members. Enjoy the membership and the custom emojis that are now at your disposal for a month. Hi. Hi man, goeiedag. Hey, leuk man. Ja, tof. Ja, nee joh, graag gedaan. Leuk dat je even gedag komt zeggen. We've got a bigger ground crew. It's getting more busy here. It's nice to see that today too many people are already coming to Schiphol, and here as well, this location. Have a look, we're with three ground crew here. And there is still somebody over there. There were more people over there initially, but one guy over there, big backpack with him, probably contains a camera and a lens. All is going to the other runway. All flight 337 and 737-900. Air Arabia Morocco is next to be landing here. Air Arabia Morocco flight 127 is arriving from Tangier, Morocco. After that, another Air Arabia Morocco. It's two Air Arabia Moroccos back to back. So if you enjoy this livery or if you enjoy A320s, then this is a good moment for you. Air Arabia Morocco flight 127, followed by 121. This one from Tangier, the other one from Nador. touchdown. And there's the nose gear. Glenn Martin is tuning in from New Zealand. Kia ora. Welcome to the show, mate. Katie reminds me to drink my vodka. That's a good reminder. Thank you for that. Let me pour me another small glass. Bottoms up. Hydration break. Right. Special livery A380 on the way. Retro Lux is on their way. Iceland Air on the way with the 757. In the old standard livery with the dark blue and the orange, that good looking one. More is underway. Air Arabia, Morocco, flight 121, arriving from Nador. T-Mac, good morning. Deetney, good morning. Well, it looks a bit gloomy compared to the UK. Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you look on the satellite footage, you'll see that there is a big heap of clouds coming over the Gulf of Yorkshire, drifting in from the north-northwest, from the polar region of the globe. And it's been coming over the Netherlands, the low countries, for a few days now. I think the Brits are lucky and are missing the cloudiness. It's drifting east of them over the Gulf of Yorkshire, but right into the Netherlands and Belgium. It should improve in the upcoming days, albeit maybe I thought that it was going to get a bit warmer and a bit more sunny, with the peak being on Saturday. And for Sunday, I thought at least yesterday in the weather forecast, they said for the first time in a while, rain of significance. So curious to see what the weather will be like. Probably a bit more autumnal. Well, at least for the time being, it is dry and it's decently doable being out here. I am wearing my hoodie, my long jeans. I've put the hoodie of my hoodie over my hat so that my neck stays a little warm, and I have already put on the fingerless gloves again. Step one in keeping the hands adequately warm. You're always exposed to the wind over here at Schiphol. You're always standing in an open field. It's not to be underestimated what wind chill can do. If you're standing completely still, hardly moving, constantly being exposed to the wind, it will chill you down more than you think if you've never experienced it yourself. Another Transavia 737, this one arriving from Olbia. Aalsmeerbaan is nu dicht. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Julius says that the Aalsmeerbaan has closed, but it certainly hasn't. If you look at Flight Radar, you can still see that KLM Flight 1850 is arriving. No, that runway is still open for business and will stay open until approximately 11:40. I wish you were right, but unfortunately, you're wrong. This is an A330. Yep, this is KLM Flight 696 arriving from Toronto in Canada, an A330. 6 hours and 48 minutes on the way. Fuck B, Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Bravo. That's the registration of this one. It's an A330-300, 14 years of age. First flight was in February of the year 2012. Next after this, WestJet, allegedly the best jet, with a MAX 8 737 arrived from Canada, Halifax. First A330 with its hanging belly. Oh dear, drizzly droplets once again. I'm feeling them. Hopefully they don't clutter the lens too much. Hey, I see that Mr. Biker has also returned in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Hope you're doing well, mate. And a warm welcome to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime as well. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Kaagbaan. Runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. Not the only runway open right now. Runway 36 right, the secondary runway, is also open and it's expected to stay open until approximately 11:40 local time. Local time you can find bottom left of your screen next to the ticker. Thijs, goedemorgen. Good to see you. We're in awaiting of special livery wide bodies. The Emirates A380 arriving today will be the Courier Special. I'm not sure that we've seen that before. I think maybe once. Also from a distance. I'm pretty sure I haven't spotted it up close yet. Today also it's going to be a far away arrival because it's arriving 1:45 last time we checked. It will also be the last airplane for me for today because I have to run after that. Not to miss out on my vet appointment later today. But the A380 will be arriving 1:45. Should be landing on 36 right, which will be open by then. Before that, Compass Air Cargo arriving from Dubai, I think. Was a bit hard to see where it was coming from on Flight Radar, but I suspect Dubai World Center. Here we have WestJet arriving from Halifax in Canada, MAX 8737. Retrolux is also coming. Arriving from Miami, Florida, should be here around 1:15. Arriving from the west, should be landing here on the Kaagbaan. And, nice bonus, Icelandair Flight 500, look it up, and you'll see it is a 757-200 today in the old standard livery, the one with the dark blue and the orange. That good looking livery. So if you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and relax and enjoy the stream. Plenty more coming. We're going to try to catch them all, just like Pokemon. All's well on my end as well, Paul. Thank you for asking. Glad it's Thursday again. Don't have to deal with all the daily stuff of the day job. I see Qatar, interestingly, going to the Kaagbaan, arriving from Doha, the east. On paper, you'd think it's going to be directed to 36 right, but I guess maybe it wants to save on some taxi time. Qatar Cargo is now over what we call the Kagerplassen. Those are the waters where the Kaag is also located. That's the name giver of the Kaagbaan. The localizer for the Kaagbaan runway is also situated over there somewhere where the Qatar is now turning in. It's coming this way. And this is KLM flight 789. It's the only airplane, the only flight whose flight number equals the airplane type, namely 789, which is the abbreviation of 7879 Dreamliner, arriving from Georgetown. 8 hours and 23 minutes, now having touchdown. Danny Brink says meter 10 knots from 330, so direct crosswind. Let me check up on the meter because I just realized I haven't updated that in a while. Quick look on the meter website, and in the meantime also copying the newest report so that I can put it in the ticker. I'm hearing the sounds of artificial predator birds coming from the runway. I think that the bird controller is now chasing away a few birds. In the meantime, I am updating the ticker with the latest meter and also a quick glance at it so that you can see what the current status quo is at. 330 is the wind, and for the airplanes arriving, it is exactly crosswind, as Danny was already saying. It's 17 degrees, 1 degree cooler than it was an hour ago, 10 knots of wind, 1 knot more than it was before, and the ceiling is lowering. It's still at 3,500 feet. That's good. Runway use might change if we get marginal visibility, and one of the requirements for Schiphol to declare its marginal visibility is when the ceiling drops to 2,000 feet or below. As long as it's not the case, we'll be good. And it looks like it's not going to get that low, so I don't expect any changes in runway use, but it will happen, or it's likely to happen, I should say, if we get a lower ceiling than 2,000 feet. Cargo arriving from Doha. 777 freighter, now nicely touching down on the Kaagbaan. Flight time 6 hours and 9 minutes. The Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Sierra, 6 years old, first flight September 2019. Durf ik je niet te zeggen, maar de laatste keer dat ik keek was de ETA 1:15, dus ik denk dat hij waarschijnlijk nog ten westen van Ierland vliegt.
Volgens mij is die andere toch die Culinagel die nog komt.
Ja.
Die komt er toch een paar.
Het zou zomaar kunnen. Ja, die zijn altijd satelliet. Ze trekken altijd via de satelliet over de oceaan. We're wondering what the ETAs of the airplanes arriving from Miami, the 747s, are going to be. And they now see the Kuehne+Nagel now seems to be a bit closer to the other airplane, the Retrolux, than initially seemed to be the case. I was already saying to Julius, who's here, that the tracking of the airplanes on flight radar over the ocean goes via satellite, and that always is a bit less accurate. So those things might change. Royal Air Maroc over here. True Royal Air Maroc arriving from Tangier in Morocco. Converging arrival to 36 right is Indigo, arriving from Mumbai. So that's right there. Indigo. And over there, Royal Air Maroc. So we have had 2 Air Arabia Marocs and now also Royal Air Maroc. There you go. Royal Air Maroc flight 670 is arriving from Tangier, which is in Morocco in the north of Africa. 2 hours and 38 minutes and away. 19-year-old machine already, hailing from 2007. Still younger than my car, which is from 2005. I think I'm probably driving a relatively old car. It's from 2005. Is there anybody who is watching now who drives an older car? And as a daily driver, not a classical car, which is a hobby or anything. I'm talking about daily drivers. Right. For the time being, no arrivals to 36 right, but that's probably not because it's closed, but just because there's no inflow of traffic. All the high rises that you see over there are the so-called Zuidas. Lots of law firms and a few banks huddled together along the A10 highway, the circular highway around Amsterdam on the south side. Sort of like Canary Wharf in London. All the suits together, all the suit jobs. Iberia arriving from Madrid. Mario's cars from 2005 as well. There you go. Next up, EasyJet, arriving from Newcastle, an A320. Behind it is going to be a TUI Dreamliner. There it is already, the Dreamliner. The gear is extending as we speak. The hatches are out. Are open, the gears coming out. Once the gears are locked in place, the hatches will close again and she'll be ready for arrival. There you go. Ready for landing, I should say. Meanwhile, Chris Coot is swimming by over here in the foreground doing morning cardio. Choop. The only thing I can say to that is, but you're probably not able to understand that. That's okay. We need a babelfish. TUI Dreamliner, TUI flight 757. Arriving from Willemstad Curaçao, 7878 Dreamliner. 9 hours and 8 minutes underway. We can already see the next airplane behind it. That's KLM flight 1030, arriving from Persenchester. That's number 190. About to turn final. Call H from Newcastle says 2009 for my vehicle. It seems that we are driving relatively old cars then, Maria. Even my son drove it while over here and still in one piece, she writes. As it happens, me and Lisa were having a discussion about getting your driver's license and the differences between Belgium and the Netherlands. Here in the Netherlands, you need to take lessons from a certified instructor. No way that your parents are able to give you driving lessons. Whereas in Belgium, it is very commonplace that your parents teach you how to drive and also accompany you to your driver's exam, which means that you'll be doing your driver's examination with your examiner next to you and the parent that taught you how to drive sitting in the back of the car. I actually was very surprised to hear that that practice is still in place over there. Here in the Netherlands, it is unthinkable that your parents are going to teach you how to drive. You have to get driver's lessons from a certified instructor who also has a modified vehicle with pedals on the passenger side so that they can intervene if need be. But there you go. Alexander is tuning in from South Africa as well. Welcome to the show, mate. Mike Wild, good morning. Next up is Transavia. No, not Transavia. Transavia is the first next airplane to 36 right. This is KLM flight 1030 arriving from Persenchester, an Embraer 190 that we saw turning in not too long ago. Two airplanes behind it on the glide slope already. KLM 1404 arriving from Paris, turning in as number 3. Delta Airlines 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. So glide slope visibility is great. We do have a ceiling, but everything below the ceiling is visible quite nicely. I do think that Gary Grebe is there once again. That's Gary Grebe, all right. Filming him right from behind, so hard for him to spot a camera pointed at him, which is why we're able to film him to begin with. Malky says that the Herpa-Derpa is 7 minutes out. Herpa-Derpa also coming back after a long absence. Or at least it recently came back after a long absence. I think 1 or 2 weeks ago we started seeing it again. After a multi-month absence. Harry Heron flying in the vicinity of the glide slope. Luckily though there are no airplanes in the immediate vicinity, but there is one coming. He better watch out. I'm looking to the airplane and to the Heron. Yeah, I think they're clear from one another. Yeah, the airplane is higher. Jörg has to go. Housework is calling. Mate, thank you for joining. It was terrific to have you in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully see you again in the next one. Delta Airlines 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota is up next. A330-300, flight time 7 hours and 41 minutes. The November 820 November Whiskey. 18 years old, first flight August 2007. Don't think we've seen A350s from Delta yet today. This morning, while setting up, me and Julius were discussing Delta A350s. He still remembers seeing the L828. I said, well, it's been a long time since we last saw it. The only special A350 from Delta that we recently saw, I think, was the somewhat bluer one, the 100 years or so. The Team USA A350 or the LA28 A350 by Delta been spotted here by anyone recently? Maybe they featured in other live streams or something? Oh, gust of wind. KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham up next. Sian Josuk says there was a bird strike earlier today, 10:52 A330 KLM 696. Hey, that one we featured in the stream. I didn't see any reports of a bird strike when the airplane landed. Has anybody already had a look? Did we get a bird strike on that airplane? If so, where did it happen? Was it inside? Was I able to film it? Or did it happen earlier in the arrival? Or later? It is 11:12 over here. We have a 3 airplane glide slope shot. Speaking of glide slope shots, where is Captain Jerry? He wouldn't want to miss out on this. It is narrowbody's rush hour for the time being. To both runways open right now. Right wing, and you were filming right after touchdown. Right, time to look that back in replay. KLM flight 696. Chris also confirming it was on the starboard wing. Wow. Paul confirming, watched it back. Bird hit the wing just after touchdown, well spotted by Steven Josuk. Indeed. Yeah, those things always go over my head. I'm filming with just my camera, not a monitor, so I'm looking at the 3.5-inch screen. Outdoors, always reflections, even though I do have taken measures to reduce the number of reflections. Stuff like bird strikes, I always have to hear from you guys because it's hard for me to see them unless they really happen right in front of me. And often they take place further away. It's usually a small detail in the shot. Hardly ever do I see them happening live. Even if I happen to film it. Well, hopefully the bird got killed immediately and didn't suffer. Next up, E2 Embraer 195 KLM 1136 arrived from Dublin. After that, an Embraer 190 and an Embraer 175. So we have all the 3 KLM Embraers in descending order of size. No, in order of descending size, I should say. Starting with the E2 Embraer, big ass engines, carrying cabin in the back, no winglets. Followed by an Embraer 190 and then an Embraer 175. So we're going down in size with every new airplane. You'll notice a very specific whistly sound as the airplane passes by. That and the so-called Wookiee howl are very typical of E2 Embraers, but also A220s. So based on the sound alone, you're not able to discern the two, or at least I for one am not. Maybe one of you guys is, but very similar engine sounds. Related engines, not exactly the same, but of the same family, geared turbofans. Next up, KLM Embraer 190, flight 9012, arriving from Aberdeen, and that is the Herpa Derpa Derpa. Herpa Derpa Derpa. Going viral with itches and scratches for 75 years. 1 hour and a minute underway now. DAC J. DACJJ. Delta Alpha Charlie Juliet Juliet. It's an Embraer 190 long range, and a long range it has flown no less than 381 nautical miles. That's as the crow flies. The airplane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in 2007, month not specified, probably January. Most of the German Airways Embraer 190s that do show a date along with the year it started flying often have January as the month they started flying in. Hey Bas, goedemorgen, good day. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. It's 11:18. Converging arrival still in progress. A 737 arrived from Brussels. All final to 36 right. And over here we have KLM flight 1070 and Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton. And behind it, a wide-body, Delta Airlines flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah. Behind that, we are going to get the second A350 of the show, Corendon, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. And on that note, I'll take a small hydration break and pour me a small glass of vodka. Bottoms up. Cheers, guys. Say it? Ja hoor. Here we go. One Embraer 175. Look at the control surface, the elevator. It's nice to see the input that the pilot flying gives to make sure that the landing happens smoothly. Hey, Thomas is also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Jannes is too. Good morning, Jannes. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Got two wide bodies on final. Delta in the foreground and Corendon World to Fly in the background. A330 and an A350 respectively. And after that, EasyJet with an A319. You might want to look away if you are gluten intolerant, because that is coming from celiac city and might invoke some itchiness among some of you. Claudia, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi. You can stay in Lurkers Lounge and enjoy the show without saying anything, but it is always appreciated when viewers say hi and tell us where they're from. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask. Don't be shy. No such thing as a stupid question. It's a friendly bunch over here. We'll happily try to answer any questions you may have. Returning to Amsterdam from the state of Utah, Salt Lake City. Mountains with ski slopes right on the outskirts of the city. Definitely want to go there one day. Maybe if I win the lottery. Skiing in the United States is prohibitively expensive. It's already expensive here in Europe. But man, do you guys in the United States have expensive ski passes. The lifts are so expensive. Just insane. That's what you get when you get a quasi-monopoly. World to Fly Corendon up next. A350. Arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao, flight 5990. Spanish registered airplane. They're all Spanish registered. This is the ECNZF, November Zulu Foxtrot. A 3-year-old machine. First flight May 2023. Wat zeg je?
En je kunt ook betalen.
Ja, pretty soon. A350s from KLM as well. Absolutely. Very curious to see what the first KLM A350 will look like in real life with engines attached to it. I wasn't too impressed by the pictures I saw of it without engines. Thought it looked a bit like a dime in a dozen. Hope in real life, when there are also engines attached to the A350, it will look better. In the meantime, welcome back, Scott65189. Thank you for renewing your membership, mate. We kept your seat warm. I hope you wanted a warmer seat and not a cooler seat, because otherwise I would have I should have turned on the seat cooling. Almost 2 whole years of membership for Scott. He is celebrating 23 months. Your last month with a green badge, mate. Savor the moment, because it will turn into a blue badge in a month from now. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Scott. Hope that everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. If that's not the case, then do let me know what you feel needs to be changed, and I'll see what I can do to make it better for you and all the other members alike. Scott65189, congratulations on 23 months of membership. Thanks for renewing your membership, mate. Thanks for the vote of confidence and for the long-lasting support. Oh, what's this? The sun peeking through the clouds. However, briefly, there was a glimpse of sunshine over here. But looking up, I have to say, it is looking a bit more open. It's still mostly cloudy, but there are a bit more openings now. Slowly but surely forming. That's good news. That's good news. Denny says that the LA28 Delta was at the Oshkosh event he saw yesterday, so at least that won't be coming to Schiphol anytime soon. I do wonder if it has visited Schiphol recently, because I still remember, I think it was a year ago in the summer. Was it a year ago? It probably was. It was a brand new livery at some point, and pretty soon after it got released, it came to Schiphol almost daily, if not exactly daily, for a period of time, a couple of weeks, I think. And after that, I never saw it back again. I wonder if it did come back in the meantime, but at moments when I wasn't here, or if it never came and stayed away. Period. Hey Martin, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Good to see you back. Jonas says that the KLM A350 will be beautiful. I sure hope it will be. I sure hope it will be. Hey, do we have a gator in the canal? Nah, it's just a branch. Here I was thinking we have a live alligator here in the canal, but no such luck. Or maybe it is luck, depending on the way you look at it. Some competition for the piranhas that are also living here in the canal. Ah, I didn't even know that, Danny. So Delta has upped their schedule with A350s to AMS. Now 4 a day. Chances of it coming here are greater now. They certainly are. I wonder. Iceland Air, 10 minutes? Oh, an hour. Still an hour. And a bit. Boss asks, how's the plank? Well, from here it's hard to see, boss. Things have gotten a bit overgrown. The path to this location hasn't gotten overgrown. There's a nice path over here, but next to the path on both sides you can see things are getting a bit long and stringy. And from here, which is the same location as where I am usually standing if possible, it's hard to see even the water over there. I think that the plank got released, it finally won and continued its journey through the canal. But I haven't seen it since that one day when it started battling the 4 poles that were standing upright. All's well on my end as well, Martin, although a bit more warmth and sunshine would be welcome, but I'm not complaining. Nice cabin in the back of this KLM 737, which is returning home from Glasgow in Scotland. Embraer 190 is coming this way for the time being. 2 of them, one from London City, one from Newcastle, and after that Delta Airlines 142, which is returning from Seattle, Washington. Converging arrivals are also in progress. It's also narrow bodies to the converging runway. Yeah, you're right, boss. Maybe we can see what happened to Planky in fall, or if the municipality of Haarlemmermeer comes over with a mower and mows the grass field and the sides over here as well. I'm not sure that they will though, but on paper that might also make visibility to the canal a bit better. Then he says Compass Air is now flying into German airspace, so that surely should arrive before 1 p.m. On paper it should. Ah, JetBlue land, huh? Are they relocating it, or did it land? No. No. Huh? It's leaving, or oh yeah, it's leaving. Oh, I thought I was looking to the other side. I was looking to what was landing. The wannabe ITA JetBlue is leaving again. We saw it arrive here this morning. Now it's making its way over to the Polderbaan most likely. Where in German airspace is the Compass now, Danny? Is it still in the vicinity of Munich? Yeah, no, even if it were flying over Munich or Berlin, it doesn't matter. Both are an hour of flying away. So if the Compass has entered German airspace now, it should be here before 1. Period. No question. No question whatsoever. So the Compass 747 almost certainly landing here. Hey, we've got some movement on the cargo apron. In fact, 2 airplanes are getting pushed back. In the background, Turkish, and here in the foreground, what is it? China Southern? China Eastern? It's going back to China. China Eastern. In the meantime, it has gotten 11. It's turned 11:32 right now. That means in 8 or so minutes from now, the secondary runway should be closing again. Southern, China Southern. Alex writes, boy, hartelijk goedemorgen aan iedereen van elk en elk van Kaapstad, Zuid. Goedemorgen en groeten terug, Alex. You can probably hear the GE90s being started. Welke? Oh, the DTM. DTM is now landing on the Aalsmeerbaan. In the meantime, I'm trying to get my chat working again. Well, it is updating, but it's not going to the latest message. I'm seeing the second or third to last, which is annoying. I want to see the last message, and I also want to see it in at a scale that I can read it. There we go. Jeff is back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. The weekend starts here. It definitely does. At least for me, it does. Well, depending on what you consider to be weekend. For me, any day that isn't a day filled with a day job is a weekend day to me. Of course, streaming is still a kind of sort of work, but one that I thoroughly enjoy doing more than quote-unquote regular work. There's the DTM. I'm going to turn the camera because Delta 142 is on short final and will be touching down here soon. It's an A330 arriving from Seattle, Washington. I love the way that the semi-open clouds are now giving a nice contrasty backdrop against which the airplanes are arriving. Looks good. It's gotten a bit warmer. Last time I updated the meter, it said 17 Celsius. It's probably back to 18 or maybe even a bit warmer. This is Delta Airlines Flight 142, 9 hours and 11 minutes on the way from Seattle, Washington. New airplane, a year old. First flight May 2025. Main gear touchdown. Battery. Wheelie in progress. Reversers deployed. Very sweet indeed. Freighter fest indeed. Armando asks if the spotter's place at the Polderbaan is open today. It is always open. If all is well, the cycling path should also be accessible again. The Polderbaan Spottersplaats is always open. Or was it closed? Has it been closed? Surely it hasn't been closed, has it? If all is well, the cycling path next to it, to the north of the official Spottersplaats, should again be open. We'll be going there again sometime soon. With the special A380 and the Retrolux coming in today. Obviously today wasn't going to be the right day to go to the Polderbaan. This is where you want to be when there are arrivals like the special A380 and the Retrolux. Retrolux will be coming this way. Coalpass Cargo should also be landing here, so 2 out of 2 for the 747s. Turkish 777 is on the move already. Should be crossing the runway after Delta will have landed, but probably before KLM will. On flight radar, it looks like there's a sizable gap between Delta 236 and KLM 682. Big enough for at least one triple to cross the runway. Might well be. That would be terrific if it were to happen. Might well be that the two triples are going to cross the runway simultaneously. We've seen that before not too long ago with two other airplane types. It might well happen again today. You can see that the triple in the front is now also going to the crossing, holding short and waiting for clearance. Let's quickly turn back. Delta Airlines Flight 236 arriving from Tampa in Florida. Another A330neo. Bam. Oh, it's already happening. Parallel crossing of the runway, two triples. Triple seven ballet. Nicely choreographed crossing of the runway. Two triples, one shot. Don't see that very often. That was quite lovely to see. Next triple arriving here. KLM 682 arriving from Vancouver. 777-300. It's 10:40 and I don't see any traffic going to runway 36 right anymore. I think that once again Kaagbaan has become the only runway for inbound traffic, and it should stay like that until 1 p.m. local time. Let's see, zooming out, I can see that the military Polish Air Force C-295 arriving from Warsaw is in Dutch airspace. What runway has this airplane been assigned to? Because I am curious to see if it's going to be landing on runway 04 or 06. I'm hoping for 06 obviously, but I fear it might be 36 right or 04. Cool. The C2, I think we've seen that before. Was it during the NATO summit or was it later as well? Hey, Stephen is also back in the chat. Happy Thursday, mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Two airplanes on the cloud slope, an Embraer 190 and an Embraer 175, and it's going to be followed by, oh wait, there is a third one already visible, another Embraer 190. This is KLM Flight 1762 arriving from Bremen. Home turn of class. and Issy. Grant also back in the chat. Good evening, mate. Hope you've had a good day. Embraerfest for the time being. An Embraer 175, 2 Embraer 190s and 2 more Embraer 175s I see coming to the Kaagbaan. And we have a truck with a TEU. This is a TEU, a 20-foot equivalent. Hey, Dash 8, Coast Guard. I already thought I was hearing something. Sneaky bastard snuck past me, almost unnoticed. Almost missed out on this one. Dr. Telecom, good to see ya. Welcome back. Embraers, like I said before, it's Embraerfest 2026 in full swing. With an Embraer 190, an Embraer 190, an Embraer 175, an Embraer 175. Delta with an A350 coming this way. Delta Airlines Flight 136 over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Standard livery by the looks of it. Third A350 of today's show, that's going to be. Slowly but surely things are opening up ever so slightly. Not very much. At least it's making the likelihood of more drizzly droplets smaller. Which is nice. Oh, I see movement. Nippon is getting pushed back. Just began getting pushed back. We'll get a long distance Queenie headshot hopefully. I'll drink to that, bottoms up. Delta A350-900, Stephen. I don't think that Delta has ever flown anything else than A350-900s to Schiphol. The only carriers that I can recall flying A350-1000s to Schiphol are Cathay and I think it was Qatar as well. I think these are the only two, at least to my knowledge. Hey there, Rob Drop. All is well. Thank you so much for asking. Hope all is well on your end as well. I do think that things do look a bit bluish. Could switch up the white balance ever so slightly. Just a bit. The C295 is approaching from the east and Casa C295M, 22 years old, from 2004. Looking forward to seeing where it's going to be assigned to. Is it visible on Omgevingsinfo Schiphol, and can you guys see if there is a runway assignment to the flight, the C295 arrived from Warsaw? Martin wonders if the time was a 900 or 1000. 1000. It was a 900, mate. But we haven't seen Thai today. Today's A350 was from Vietnam. That was a 900 as well. I don't think I've seen Thai coming in with 1000s yet. Hey there, Olaf. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar as well. There are a few interesting airplanes underway, and I'm not able to show you all right away, but the most important ones I always have a filter for. So there's a Compass Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates, now in German airspace, should be landing here before 1 o'clock on the Kaagbaan. Retro Lux still with an ETA of 116, and here the Retro, the Emirates Courier Express livery right from Dubai, A380, now 152 the estimated time of arrival. That thing is getting later by the minute. That is a bit of a bummer. Let's see. The C295 is now in the vicinity of Amersfoort and is slowly but surely getting closer by. With number 175 arriving from Humberside up next. Train driver sits. Train spotting is declaring that the C295 is going to runway 36 right. If it is, then it might land on 36 right outright, or it might do a breakaway landing and land on 04. Next arrival here on Kaagbaan is going to be Transavia flight 5792, arriving from Preveza, an A321 Neo. With the new updated standard livery, bolder font and more green both on the engines and on the tail. I think it's an improvement. I think it's better use of the real estate. Here it is. Flight time has been 2 hours and 45 minutes. Brand new airplane. First flight June this year, the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Golf. Nippon Cargo, you can see that the slats are extended at the leading edge. The flaps are too. Once those have been set and the controls check has been done, they'll usually ask for taxi clearance. When that happens, we'll probably pick the spooling up of the engines up on the ambient microphone. The airplane is going to head over to the crossing point, where it's going to have to wait its turn. Next up, KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. Embraer 190, Delta Airlines flight 136. The A350 arriving from Detroit next after that. The Dash 4. The C295 is flying northwest of Utrecht, and it's going to turn in for 36 right pretty soon. Whether it's going to land on 36 right or maybe break away, we'll have to see, but at least it's going to the light slope of 36 right. Police helicopter is going to be approaching from the right in the background. Landing over there, Airwolf. The 747 is on the move. And I wonder if it's going to be crossing the runway after the A350 or if it has to wait a bit longer. Here's Delta Airlines 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. First A350 of Delta of the show, the third A350 in total of today. Vietnam and Corendon being the other two. I think Queenie might cross right after the touchdown. Yeah, she's moving all right. There we go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. She's in a hurry. Well timed, but she was definitely in a hurry, you could see it. Some airplanes take more time. This one definitely stepped on the gas. And rightly so, there are more arrivals coming in. 2 airplanes on the glide slope and the 2 Embraer 195, which is arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland. And behind it, KLM flight 601, which is arriving from LAX 78710. Nice cabin cabin in the back of this E2 Embraer 195. Spatial separation between Karen and the rest, which is a win-win for all. Ryan Wilson is tuning in from Brisbane in Australia. Good evening, mate, and welcome to the channel. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but we always appreciate when people tell us where they are from, who they are. We are now looking for the C295, which is on final to runway 36 right. I think I have it. There it is, right next to the lantern. Polish Air Force. flight 48, PLF 48, C295 CASA C295M. It's 22 years old, first flight somewhere in 2004. There's the CASA C295M. Bit of a breeze. I think that's probably wake turbulence of KLM flight 604 that just now passed by behind me. 78710 arrived from LAX. Can cause a temporary increase in the perceived wind speed over here. Question is it going to do an outright landing on 36 right, or is it going to break away last minute and land on runway 04? I can see it do either of the two. Oh, that was one bicycle falling over. If you're wondering what you heard. It is flying relatively high, which makes me wonder, is it going to break away? I think it's initiating, yeah. So it's going to be landing on 04 instead and doing a breakaway landing. There you go. That was the last bit that we were able to see. Yeah, the tail was looking quite remarkable. Yeah, nice. Nice picture. It's better than nothing. Don't get to take pictures of that airplane every day. Nice catch. Right, okay, so that was a military intermezzo. Now it's time to go back to the civil aviation here at the Kaagbaan. This is an E2 Embraer 195, arriving from London Heathrow. KLM flight 1004. Here's Chris Coot in the canal doing what he should. KLM flight 758 is up next, arriving from Panama City, 777-300. And there it is. So if I'm not mistaken, the first 747 that should be landing here is going to be the Compass Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, now in German airspace, and it should probably be landing here somewhere between 12:30 and 1. Shortly after 1, we'll get the Retro Lux arriving from Miami. and the Emirates A380 is running ever more late. Now expected a couple of minutes to 2. Icelandair is also still underway. Flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. That is a nice old standard livery 757-200. You can see it on flight radar just above Norwich. Before it is Shamrock, but Icelandair Flight 500. Look it up on flight radar, you'll see it's a 757-200. Flight 500, 27-year-old specimen. Should be landing here. Up next, KLM Flight 758, arriving from Panama City. 9 hours and 53 minutes on the way, 777-300. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Victor, India. It's 14 years old. Its first flight was in June 2012. Oh dear. I do feel another drizzly droplet over here. The sky doesn't look to be that threatening, so I wonder if it's going to go through or if it's just the one isolated droplet. Maybe I speak with consumption and it's my own spit. T96 is over there. Look at the rims. VW van with nice rims.
Thanks.
W is saying that the Martinair 747 MPS is scheduled to depart 12:49 on CDM. So look out for that. That's going to get pushed back before then. Thanks for the heads up. We need to keep an eye out for this red stripy tail, which is the Martinair PH MPS. High rise in the background. This is at Amstel Station. It's the Rembrandt Tower. The first quote-unquote skyscraper in Amsterdam, and next to it another building. I think it is, or it used to be, the Philips HQ. 25 minutes for the Iceland Air. Yeah, it was above Norwich, so that should make sense. Big radio tower over there. That's at the Rai station in Amsterdam, south of Amsterdam. Gary Grebe over there, doing wishy-washy. And we're waiting for the next arrival. It's already visible, but not yet very close by. It's KLM Flight 1020, arriving from Leeds, Embraer 175. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. Adrian Eichmann says, great stream this morning. Thank you for the kind words, mate. And Arjan van Vught says, good afternoon all. And he comes in with a massive bang, gifting 10 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. That's one way of saying hi. You really didn't have to do that, mate, but thank you so much for your generosity, Arjan. I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from you has already said or will still say thank you. Enjoy the custom emojis and the membership if you are the recipient of a gifted membership. Don't forget to say thanks to the gifter. You can do that, for instance, by using the custom emojis as a way to say thanks. Arjan, goedemiddag. Congratulations. Not congratulations, thank you, I should say. Congratulations to the members, the recipients of a gifted membership from Arjan. And Arjan, thank you for your incredible generosity. 10 gifted memberships. You really didn't have to do that, mate. And also a massive, massive big thanks to Steven, aka JPN Just Plain Nuts, who just now generously super chatted, contributing chocolate donuts to lounge. Be careful, mate. They'll be gone before you know it. Who here doesn't love chocolate donuts or donuts in general? That's one of those food items that I think almost everybody loves, don't they? Is there anybody who honestly doesn't like donuts? Let alone chocolate donuts? The thing is, they are packed with calories and you basically inhale them like it's nothing, like it's air. It's very dangerous to have donuts in the vicinity. Once you start, it's hard to stop. Same with chips, with crisps. Anyway, Steven, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. You really didn't have to use a super chat to contribute, but thank you for doing it. Chocolate donuts. Ooh, it's a very tasty but dangerous food item. Ryan will happily take one of those donuts. Me too, mate. Is there anybody who is watching who isn't a fan of donuts? Who doesn't like the taste of them, or... And I'm not talking about food allergies or gluten intolerance or anything. Just simply not liking the taste of it. I wouldn't be surprised if there were people, but they're probably in small numbers. There's our next airplane. It's a TUI MAX 8 737 arriving from Ibiza. The Thai A350 has arrived in the Netherlands. Hans doesn't like donuts, he prefers oliebollen. Frank says, leave the donuts, get the chocolate. Michael doesn't trust anyone who says they don't like donuts, lol. Chocolate, donuts, these are all food items. Crisps, chips, it's something, fries. These are all, of course, very high caloric, high sugar, high fat food items. I think as humans we're programmed to like stuff like that, aren't we? Just because of being able to get your calories in. Whenever you find something that is high in fat, high in sugar, nature tells you to jump on it. Have as much of it as you can, because you never know when the next period of hunger will occur. Hey, Yellowt is informing us that there's a bonus queen underway. Cathay Cargo from Paris. Cool. It's on the way to the runway. It still has to get airborne. So that means it's probably going to be here in an hour or so from now. I think... Yeah, I had to scroll to read the last message. Now my chat is no longer updating. At least it is updating, but not going all the way down to the last message. Quick and simple renewal of the page does the trick. It's back at the last message again. So bonus queen underway. That means that there are 3 queens that we are going to get to see before the A380. Retrolux, Compass Cargo, Cathay Cargo, and then of course the courier special livery A380 by Emirates. Initially, it wasn't looking like there were many 747s underway to Amsterdam, but there are now. Lately, Thursdays have been good days if you want to spot at Schiphol and see 747s in action. Usually better than in the weekends on average. But this morning when I looked and I didn't see that many 747s, I did begin to wonder if the streak had stopped, but doesn't seem to be the case. If you look on Flight Radar now, you can see that the Compost Cargo 747 that's flying on behalf of Emirates is about to enter Dutch airspace. Given it's only 12 minutes past 12, it should get assigned to Kaagbaan regardless. Gurdeep says, boy, I would love it if you can come to Scotland to do a live show. What airport do you suggest I go to then in that case? Going to Scotland. Eden?
Bruh.
Or somewhere else? Steven says that donuts were created by Dutch settlers, says Mr. Robot. Is that so? Is that so? I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case, but it is a different recipe than oliebollen. It is a bit different. It's definitely more airy, but it is a deep fried pastry. Another KLM 737 with a cabin cabin in the back. There seems to be a Learjet going to the glide stop of 36 right. Luxembourg Air Rescue arrived from Dijon. Learjet 45XR LXEAA is approaching 36 right. Probably for a breakaway landing just like the military prop did. 77773 is watching from the Philippines. Welcome to the show, mate. And Peter, thank you so much for your generosity. Peter, aka Derper 1973, super chatting. Great show again, boy. Thank you so much, Peter. I do my best. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Hope that everybody else is too. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience in the future. Peter, thank you so much for your kind words and your generosity. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get your message across, though. Edinburgh and Glasgow, says Gurdeeps. Well, who knows? Maybe one day, mate. Maybe one day. I'm not too sure about the longevity of streaming here at Schiphol, with airplanes getting ever smaller, more economical, with the number of live streamers ever increasing. The 747s being phased out gradually. Already Schiphol cannot compete with more interesting airports like LAX, Frankfurt, London, of course. So I do wonder about the longevity of the channel. Obviously going abroad would be a good idea, albeit a very costly idea, and I don't think that the channel has enough size yet to be able to fund all those trips. Anchorage is also very high on my wish list to ever visit. At least while there are still 747s in abundance going there. Alright, so the Learjet is approaching 36 right. I'm really looking to see if I can spot it somewhere. It should be within visual range ordinarily. Oh yeah, I've got it. Since we don't have well, we do have a lot on. There's always a lot to see here at Schiphol. Where was the Learjet? I did see it just now. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, I've got it. Lantern, over there. Learjet 45XL, arriving from Dijon, in France. Luxembourg Air Rescue. Believe it or not, this machine is already 20 years old, hailing from 2006. The month is not specified on flight radar. Registration is the Lima X-Ray Echo Alpha Alpha. Is it going to do a breakaway landing as well? I think probably so. Bit hard to estimate from here. The altitude it's flying on. No, it's hiding behind the build. It's going behind the building, so that's definitely going to be landing on 36 right, all right. Well, it was nice to see. We did miss out on a lot to see, unfortunately. House favorite up next. It's Vueling, flight 8309, no less, arriving from Barcelona. It's an A320. It's going to be followed by a Transavia 737 arriving from Valencia. It's the Spanish invasion. Which nobody is expecting. Oh no, that was the Spanish Inquisition. Thai is in the vicinity of Hilversum and should become visible in the distant sky pretty soon. If it is below the ceiling already, which I'm not sure that it is. Let's have a quick look. It's flying at 4,275 feet and it is still descending, so by the time it's a bit closer by, we ought to be able to see it. If only I know where exactly I need to look. It's always a bit of a puzzle. I'm already looking behind me to see if I can spot something. Not yet, not yet. Iceland Air Flight 500 is approaching the coastline, still over the Gulf of Yorkshire. More wide bodies are approaching as well. KLM arriving from Lima. And from Bonaire, arriving from the southwest. Wide bodies. And of course the 747. Hey, and a bit of sunshine over here. Nice. Don't see the MPS getting pushed back yet, but that's also something to look out for. Martin Air MPS will get pushed back pretty soon. Alright, there was another oh no. Nothing on final yet. Shamrock, probably the first next airplane flying base and crossing over onto land right now as we speak in the vicinity of Noordwijk. On paper we ought to be able to see the airplane from here if we know exactly where we need to look and if we have good visibility, provided that the airplane is flying low enough, which I'm not sure that it is already. I think it is. Let's have a look. Yeah, 1900 feet. Might even be a tad too low. It might be that the buildings that... Oh no, spoke too soon. I was about to say, might be that the Might be that the buildings in the foreground are in the way, since it is pretty low already, but we can just about see it. Aer Lingus, flight 604, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Flying base, now turning final, A321neo. Next after that, we're going to get a 777 KLM 744, arriving from Lima in Peru. And probably next after that, the A330, arriving from Bonaire. In the meantime, Thai has gotten closer by and is in visual range right now. Let me turn the camera so that we can have a look at it. It's flying right there in between the clouds, interestingly. There it is. Oh, and Gary Grebe is over here. Had its head low above the waterline, as if it were hunting. So the clouds are a bit lower than I thought, or the Thai is still a bit higher than I anticipated. You could see that it was still in the midst of the clouds, popping into and out of visibility. It should become more clearly visible once it has turned final, just like the Aer Lingus now has. Hey Infinity, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Alright, so look on Flight Radar and you'll see quite a few interesting airplanes. We have Thai approaching, we have Iceland Air Flight 500, which I think is going to make a right-hand turn soon to turn downwind. What altitude is that flying on? Are we able to catch a glimpse of that in a moment? It's at 4,375 feet, so on paper, I'm inclined to say yes. I'm already looking in the direction of where I think the 757 ought to be. Not seeing it just yet, but that doesn't mean a thing. It might become visible in a moment. We can already see the triple KLM 744 arriving from Lima in Peru, right behind Shamrock. I am still looking to my right constantly to see if we can already catch a glimpse of the 757 Iceland Air, which is now flying downwind and ought to be visible if low enough. Not sure it is low enough already. I think it's still flying in the clouds. No worries, we'll see it soon enough though. First up, Shamrock, flight 604, arrived from Dublin in Ireland, A321neo, flight time 1 hour and 4 minutes, that's the nominal flight duration. It's a brand new airplane, hailing from September 2025, means it will turn 1 pretty soon. It's the EIXLW. X-ray Lima Whiskey. Nice Karen cabin in the back. Looking at the tail of the MPS, I'm still not seeing any movement, but that might change soon enough. Next up, KLM, flight 744, arriving from Lima in Peru, which is right next to Ecuador! And the Thai A350 is not far behind. Already visible over there, gear is still in. But that is going to change soon, and we can see it going through the ripples, the wake turbulence. That's the wake turbulence becoming visible of the preceding 777. I think last time we were here we could also see that. Another ripple. Sometimes you can see ripples and gears extending on the tie. Another ripple. Another ripple. Quite clearly visible. Air Channel Cargo, AMS office, good afternoon. And welcome back. Mehmet, good afternoon mate, and thank you so much. Mehmet goes ahead gifting memberships. Twice now a membership was given by Mehmet. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines to the 2 members who just received a membership. Adam and Cici, welcome to you both. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet and enjoy the custom emojis and the membership. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity mate. Thai flight 936 is next. A350, the 4th A350 of the show. 11 hours and 33 minutes on the way. A350-900. The registration is Hotel Sierra Tango Hotel. Arrived from Bangkok in Thailand. 8 years old, this machine. First flight was in August 2017. After that, we are going to get KLM with an A330-200 arriving from Bonn Air. And after that, an Iceland Air 757-200 in the old standard livery. One of my personal favorites. That was a good looking livery on a very good looking machine. Just like this. Here we go, let's look and listen. The 4th A350 of the show. Nice landing. Looking at the tail of the MPS, still no movement. Still no movement. No, not yet. Let's see, the Compass Cargo 747 is also flying downwind and ought to be visible, normally speaking, if there were no clouds in the way. I'm not able to see it yet. I think that it's still flying in between the clouds. It's coming this way though, so don't you guys worry. It's coming this way. We don't have to do our best. It's doing its best to come to us. Steven has to go, I see. That is a very poor timing, mate. That's very poor timing. We've got a 747 coming in and an Iceland Air 757 next after this. See that Frank is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Frank. Hope all has been well. It's the PH AOE. Floaty main gear touchdown. Check. Wheelie, check. Reversers. Maybe a little. It's hard to hear from here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look. Long time that we've seen this one. Iceland Air Flight 500. Arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. It is the old standard livery, the one that looked so much better than the sterile new one does. It's a 757-200, 2 hours and 35 minutes on the way. The TFFIO, Tango Foxtrot India Oscar. It is a 27-year-old machine. First flight was in March 1999. Adi Clemencia, goedemiddag. Good to see you again. We're still in digital zoom. This is going back to the top end of optical zoom. Puff of smoke from the left engine. That's the pilot giving a bit of gas. Throttling up. Constantly controlling. You can even see that there is a cabin in the back of the the Boeing 757. What a looker. Such a shame that they didn't keep this livery. Nice. Well, it was nice that we were able to see this once again, because the 757 is a rarity. The old livery has become a rarity as well. So seeing this combination of livery and airplane type, rather special. And you never know beforehand when it will have been the last time. Unless, of course, they're going to announce the retirement of the 757s well in advance, and then still you won't know for sure if it's going to be rostered in to fly to Amsterdam at some point or not. Savor the moment, because you never know when it will have been the last time. It does look like something just now took off over there. Yeah, police helicopter is once again going out on a coastal, no, not a coastal patrol per se, but regular patrol. What do we have over here? Harry Heron. Oh, where did it go to? Oh, now it's right above me. Is that a regular Heron or? Yeah, I think it's a regular one. Right above me. Cannot follow it with the camera if it's right in the zenith. At least it's not in the vicinity of the glide slope. That's good. Alright, let's see. Compass 747 is flying in the vicinity of The Hague, actually. Maybe Maxime can see it outside of her window. Unless it's flying too high. But then at least you'll be able to hear it, at least. Quite a few airplanes before the 747, but it is in the vicinity, it's coming this way. Ojevar, yeah, could also be the case. A stork, there you go. We are seeing a nice mix of wide bodies and narrow bodies now coming this way. Tap by Portugal on the right. Next airplane to be landing here, an A321neo. It's going to be followed by a 777, a 737 after that, an A321 after that, the 747 probably after that. So this is Tap at Portugal, flight 668, arriving from Lisbon in Portugal, 2 hours 23 minutes away, 3 years old, first flight July 2023. Meanwhile, apparently the MPS has gotten visible on ADSB, and I should think it would be, because it's been pushed back already a bit. Getting in the process of getting pushed back further. Visual on the compass by Maxime. Check. That means it is already low enough for you to be able to see it, so it's already below the ceiling or flying in between the clouds. If it's A stork from The Hague, it's Ooievaar. Indeed it is, indeed it is. There's a Delta A330 flying downwind and I'm once again looking to see if I can spot it. I think the clouds are still in the way a little. KLM flight 622 next to land here on Kaagbaan, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 777-300. And the bonus queen is now crossing into Belgian airspace, says Danny. Thanks for the heads up, mate. So that should be here in half an hour or so. 30 minutes or so. Yeah. I hope it will get directed to the Kaagbaan, because it has happened before that the airplanes arriving from Paris were assigned to the secondary runway when it was open, and of course in 22 minutes or so from now it should open again. So fingers crossed we'll get to see the bonus queen on this runway, because as far as I'm concerned it's not a complete certainty yet. Not to be confused with a witte regen. Next arrival here on Kaagbaan shall be the Red Wine Express KLM 1442, arriving from Bordeaux. The airplane that's looking us in the face right now, staring us in the eyes, is the MPS Martin Air Cargo. An airplane that is unique. Now all airplanes of course are unique, but there's no other airplane with this livery flying in the world anywhere. Ooh, nice sound of the wake there. That sounded really nicely. I hope you guys heard that. It was a really sweet sound. Now, this 747 is making room for possibly the next 747 that's already coming. Emirates flight 9391, Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from ? Tracked by 1,594 people on flight radar. We only have a fraction of those people watching, which is a shame, because if they tuned into AMS live, all those 1,600 people, they would be able to see the airplane live right now. More people are watching it right now, 1,614 people. It is a 23-year-old machine from September 2002, the Lima Zulu Charlie Juliet Bravo 747-400 freighter. Compass Air Cargo, arriving from ? That was the wake of the week. Indeed it was, Frank. Where's the sound effect? There it is, the wake of the week. We could go for a competition, wake of the week. Hope you guys are all enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience in the future. 1,600 people are watching this airplane on flight radar, and only a fraction of those people are in the live chat and in the stream now watching it. We need to raise awareness so that people can not only watch airplanes on flight radar, but also track them while live. For instance, right now with this Compass Cargo. Following this 747, we're going to get Delta Airlines at 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, another A330neo. But first, Compass Air Cargo. How's it going to sound? Let's look and listen. Ooh, nice lighting. Look at the tail. Kablamo. Lots of rudder. Dirty girl with dirty bum. Not exactly the softest landing we have seen today. Mucky bum. Indeed, Paul, indeed. Adam says that the compass came from Budapest. Well, there you go. Thank you so much for the information, mate. I thought earlier on Flight Radar it said it also tracked back to Egypt, so I thought it was coming in from Cairo, maybe, but apparently Budapest. Right, one queen has arrived and another one is taxiing to the crossing of the runway to be leaving. Two queens, one shot. Delta just now passed by the A330. And a bizjet taking off in the background. A nice trijet, or is it? Two queens, one shot. Thumbnail material right there, says Chris. Indeed, indeed. What a coincidence, eh? Hey, Lise de Buizer has also joined. What a timing. More queens. Absolutely lovely to see. Compass Air Cargo has arrived here and the MPS Martin Air is coming this way to be leaving. There's more on the way. There is a special livery A380 on the way and Retro Cargo Lux is also on the way. We already saw the Iceland Air 757 in old school livery with the dark blue and orange just now. The A380 is still expected, 8 minutes to 2. Thanks for the heads up, Martin. You nailed it, replicated the thumbnail, says Buzz. Yeah, I didn't expect that was going to happen today, but there you go. Although it was a bit more sunny when the stream that the thumbnail came out of happened. Indeed, it almost looks like there are two Martin Air 747s. You're absolutely right, Danny. We can now hear the engines of the MPS rather clearly. Hope that the ambient microphone is also able to convey the sounds. Hey, and Buddy says that the private jet that just left was the old plane of Max, the DTF. Down to Fidget. Okay. Two queens, one shot. Have a look. Compass is even getting a bit, moving a bit to the side so that we can see both more clearly. This is sweet. This is really sweet. Ja, prima, absoluut. Heb ik nog stickers? Ik heb nog wel stickers.
Heb je die echt nog bij je ook?
Ik heb ze ook bij me. Willen jullie allemaal stickers, jongens? Ik kan natuurlijk niet één iemand stickers geven en de andere niet, hè?
Thanks.
Dat ben ik, absoluut. Alsjeblieft. Alsjeblieft.
Kan maar nog stickers voor niks.
Now, two queens, one shot. There's also Air Transat coming in from Toronto, an transatlantic flight in an A321neo. Mitch, goedemiddag. And there is the compass turning in. Look at how dirty that bum is. PU. Nasty. Oh, and the MPS is also preparing to cross the runway. You guys know what's coming, right? You guys know what's coming. Are you guys ready? Here we go. Alrighty. Compass has taken the place of the MPS, it seems like, or at least it's right next to it. So we can have a good look at how dirty that bum is. And a little bit of the old livery still on the control surface of the tail. Compass Air Cargo, right here, right now. Next up, Transavia flight 5716 arriving from RBA Rabat, which is of course in Morocco. Ciao Gaetano, we're doing good, thank you for asking. How are you doing today? Come stai oggi? Next up, KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan. That's a 737-800. Next after that we are going to get Delta Airlines at 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. The next 747 is probably going to be... oh, the Bonus Queen. The Bonus Queen is already flying over the southwesterly province of Zeeland. Has it been assigned to Kaagbaan, or is it going to be directed to 36 right to the Alsmeerland? That's what I'm wondering. Because by the time it is in the vicinity of the airport, it might be around 1 o'clock, and I wouldn't be surprised if ATC would spoil the fun for us and assign it to the wrong runway. There is the Martin Air Cargo MPS. Where's it going to? To which runway is it going to be taxiing? Probably the Polderbaan still. Or is this going to be the first... No wait, Center is also still open for another 8 minutes. Hey, thanks Richard. Kaagbaan. So Bonus Queen is coming this way. The Cathay Cargo arriving from Paris. And approaching the Rotterdam The Hague metropolitan area. Yep, Paul also, thank you for chiming in. Malky says that Cathay 747 is over outdoor, spent the weekend there back in 2007 at the Marillion Weekender. The southwesterly province of Zeeland is very sparsely inhabited. It's still very open. It's like you're going into a time machine, going back in time. That's how Lisa described it. And I think she's right. It's a nice place to be vacationing, although I don't think it is, if you're a young person growing up there, it's probably not the best location. I don't think there's probably not that much to do over there. But it is a lovely, it's a lovely environment. Wordt het en blijft het de Kaag? Dat is altijd maar weer de vraag. A nice rhyme in Dutch by Frank, who basically wrote, will it be and will it stay the Kaag? That's always the question. It rhymes in Dutch. It doesn't in English. This is Delta Airlines flight 144. An A330neo arriving from Seattle in Washington. Oh. Bit of a bumpy landing compared to what we've seen before from other A330s. Seemed a tad rough. Maxime is already preparing to see if she can spot the upcoming 747, the Bonus Queen, visually. I think it ought to be possible. Looking over here, I can even see contour remnants right now. It's opening up nicely, particularly looking in the direction of the northwest. Looking to the north, it's still a bit more cloudy. And particularly land inward, looking to the east, it's even more cloudy. Looking to the south, you can also see quite a few people have gathered here, but you can also see it's much more cloudy. Most openness that we can see right now is in the west-northwestern quadrant of the sky. Let's see, I think that runway 36 right is opening up. And SAS 823 is going to be the first airplane going there. He is checking. Check. Maxime, also one of those names that can be for a boy or a girl. We've got a few of those in the Netherlands. I'm wondering if that is a more frequent occurrence in the Netherlands, or if you also have that abroad. Names that can be used for both women and men alike. Sometimes they do differ in the Netherlands by the way of writing. Let's see. That was KLM flight 748. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. We have two 737-800s up next before a Dreamliner arriving from Guayaquil is arriving. Guayaquil. I think I know where that is. What I'm also going to do is do an update of the weather, because it's been a while since I last updated the meter in the ticker. It does feel warmer than it did before. Earlier the temperature was 17 Celsius. I see that the latest meter is now reporting 19 degrees Celsius. Let me quickly place the new weather report in the ticker. Now everybody knows what it means. EHAM is an abbreviation of Schiphol Airport together with AMS. The next bit is the time and date of the report. The 23rd is today, 10:55 Zulu time is 12:55 Central European time. So the report is from a few minutes ago. Wind is 12 knots from 320 degrees and is variable between 270 degrees and 360 degrees. In other words, wind is blowing between west and north. 9999 means visibility of 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 2,000 feet, broken clouds at 4,200. The temperature is 19 degrees Celsius, the dew point is 12, and the air pressure is 1,022 hectopascal. No significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. That's what the last bit means. Maxime says visual confirmation for the Cathay. It won't be long before we will be able to see it as well. Right now, this is KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. After that, we are going to get KLM flight 755 from Guayaquil. I'm pretty sure we know where that is, right? Most of you will probably know by now. Guayaquil is a port town situated in a country that used to be a very safe country in Latin America, but lately has turned into one of the most dangerous countries to be visiting as a tourist. Whereas, to the contrary, Colombia in a few decades has become a relatively safe country to visit, whereas in the 80s it was a bit more unsafe, a bit more like the country that Guayaquil is situated in is right now. And of course, we all know Guayaquil is a port town in Ecuador! You're goddamn right. KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, Ecuador, 7879 Dreamliner, 11 hours and 19 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Delta, 10 years old, first flight January 2016. Cathay is now the second airplane after this. I think it ought to be or will become visible any moment now. Conversion arrivals have once again begun. Runway 36 right, the Aalsmeerbaan is now also open for business. Here we go. Visual on the bonus queen as well from here at Schiphol. This is Cathay Cargo arriving from Paris. It is a bonus 747. On its right, here in the foreground, we have an Embraer 175 that we're not going to follow. It's KLM flight 1076 arriving from Bristol. Let's engage a bit of digital zoom so that we can also see the gear deployment in a moment from now. You can see that everything is still closed but that will change soon enough. And contrary to the A380, where the outer main gear comes out first, locks in place, and then the inner gear comes out, you'll see that all 4 main gears will come out simultaneously. The outer gears do deploy laterally, rotating outward, and the inner 2 main gears deploy front to back or back to front on a different axis. The wake of the preceding Embraer are visible every now and then. Between heat waves you can also see an occasional ripple, or at least just now you could. Not sure if you still can, but that is turbulence. That's visualization of the actual turbulence of the preceding airplane. Even if it only were a small Embraer 175, those still produce vortices and possible turbulence. And obviously, a big plane is less susceptible for the turbulence of a small airplane before it than the other way around. Alright, bonus queen, Cathay Cargo, arriving from Paris, flight 2014. Flight time has been 40 minutes. This is the Bravo, Lima, Juliet, November. It is a 10-year-old machine. First flight was in June 2016. How will this one land? Will it be loud? Will it be hard? We'll find out in a moment. Very nice. How's it going to sound? Much better. Good. Now, if I'm not mistaken, in 10 minutes from now, the next 747 should be arriving here. Or no, it's been delayed a little bit. The Cargo Lux Retro is still flying over England. And what's the timing right now? It says here another 30 minutes before it will be here. So Retro Lux is incurring a little bit more delay than it was initially looking like. Going to flight radar on the other side into Germany. Is it already in Germany? Where is the A380? Emirates has just entered East Germany. Its ETA now is 46 minutes, so that's still 52. Yeah. Nice long distance headshot. Yet another one. It is back to all the narrow bodies for the time being, to both runways. The first wide body that is approaching is Turkish with an A330, but that's going to go to the wrong runway. Here's the cafe. So a quick look of Flight Radar will tell us that Kaagbaan is in the vicinity of the east of England. It should be here around 1:36, half an hour from now. Emirates, as I was mentioning, the Emirates special livery has entered East Germany and is going to be here a couple of minutes to 2.
Straks proberen nog snel naar de retro 77 weg.
Ja.
Gaan we proberen de A380 en de retro van Sachtler.
Ah, cool. Dus dan even snel naar de Aalsmeerbaan.
Ja.
Nice. Nou, gelijk hebben jullie. Ground crew over here is going to be relocating to the Aalsmeerbaan to see if they can catch the A380. After the Retrolux will have landed here. Hope that the ETA isn't going to change significantly. Because it is incurring more delay, and obviously once its ETA becomes after 2 o'clock, it might come to the Kaagbaan again. Right, the bonus queen has parked. Things have opened up rather nicely in the meantime. It's not completely sunny yet, but it's definitely a significant improvement compared to what it was before in the morning hours, where we also had a few drizzly moments. The current cloudiness is providing a gorgeous backdrop for the airplanes approaching. We have EasyJet up next in A319, flight 27880, arriving from Valencia. And after that, Vueling, which is now in the vicinity of Leiden, an A320, also from Spain, Alicante. And I wonder, are we able to see it yet? Could be that the clouds are in the way. Let's see, next after that we're going to get Ryanair. It's A320neos and A321neos going to runway 36 right, but after 3 of those the truck will land. When it is close by, and I'll we'll turn the camera to it, since there will only be narrow bodies here landing on the Kaagbaan as well. Obviously there are big airplanes underway. Retrolux, the Retro Cargo Lux, about to cross the Gulf of Yorkshire and should be here in half an hour from now. Emirates with the Courier special livery. Does anybody know, have we seen that one in the live streams before? I think maybe once, perhaps similar to today, standing here at Kaagbaan while it was landing on the Aalsmeerbaan. I vaguely remember something like that, but it might well be a different livery that I am confused by, or maybe it was in a different situation. I think we saw it once from a distance, but maybe I was wrong, maybe I am wrong, maybe we didn't see it after all. If anybody has a more strong reminder, a stronger memory of when we saw it, if we did. At a certain point you don't know for sure anymore which airplanes you have already seen and which you haven't. This one I'm a bit doubtful about. Vueling will be next, arriving from Alicante, an A320. And alright, where did it go to? Oh yeah. Even visually it was a bit hard to see. Paul says, I don't think I've seen the Emirates Courier livery before. I'm also not entirely sure that we have already seen it, but I thought we did maybe once, but definitely not from up close. And I'm not sure. I'm not completely sure. It might also have been a different livery, but I think maybe it was this one. Right there, already visible behind the Vueling. And after these two, we are going to get an Embraer 190 from BA City Flyer arriving from London City. Quite a lovely backdrop here with Dutch cloudy skies. The Turkish A330 is flying base and shall be turning final 236 right pretty soon. I think that there is a building in the way. Frank says it was the moment you went zzz with your forehead on the keyboard. No sleeping on the job here, Frank. Pretty sure that Paul would never do that. Well, are these Starlings or what? They're probably lower and much closer by than the airplane is, so it looks nice, but obviously not poses an immediate danger to the airplane yet. Yeah, I think they will clear. They will clear from the airplane quite safely. Ooh, a moment of sunshine. What the fudge? Sunshine here in the Netherlands? In July? Crazy. Turkish A330 is turning final 236 right, but my camera is a bit lower, so don't think we're able to see it just yet. Ryanair, which I think is the first of the show, or maybe I've missed filming another one. Ryanair arriving from Dublin, Ireland, flight 3006, Ireland to Amsterdam, Dublin to Amsterdam, I should say more specifically, is usually around an hour, and the flight time for this one has been an hour and 7 minutes thus far. In other words, nominal. Nominal flight duration, ooh, bit. It was a Ryanair landing that we just now witnessed. A nice thick deposition of rubber on the tarmac right there. Alright, let's see. Turkish is more visible right now, so let's have a quick look at it. Turkish Airlines A330-200. I think, yeah, it's right in between the lands. That's Turkish Airlines at 1957 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey, an A330-200. Temporarily going to be hidden from view. There it is again. Arriving from Istanbul, Turkey, which is usually around 3 hours of flying away, and right now the flight time for this one has been 2 hours and 58 minutes. The TC JIP, Tango, Charlie, Juliet, India Papa, the JIP, 18 years old, first flight October 2007. That's the sound of BA City Fire. And 190 arriving from London City. Strong distortion and then a sudden stop of the distortion. Last glimpse before the last building, last obstruction, and then the last glimpse before we're finally going to lose it. From here we're not going to be able to see it until after it has touched down and is rolling out and once again becomes visible over there. We're not going to wait on that. Let's have a quick look. Oh, these are the young swans, or are they? No, these are these geese? I think these are geese. Awesome. I don't think we've seen these before over here in the water, have we? A couple of geese and a couple of duckies. Nice. Hey Douwe, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Long time no see, I think, or how long has it been? Either way. The next airplane is arriving from France to lose. Not to win, but to lose. Okay, left at 1450. E2 Embraer 195, and on its left you can see an A321neo, which is also from KLM and is returning from Scotland, to be precise from Edinburgh. Flight time for this E2 Embraer from Toulouse to Amsterdam has been 1 hour and 31 minutes thus far. It's the Papa Hotel November X-Ray Zulu, the NXZ. It's a brand new airplane according to Flight Radar. Its first flight was in September last year. Means it's going to turn 1 in 2 months from now. Gear turbofan whistle. Nice big fat carrying cabin in the back. Chris Coot over there. And his cousins. Right, I'm zooming out on Flight Radar a little to see if there are wide bodies coming this way, and I can happily say that there are, or at least there is, one at least. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla is over the Gulf of Yorkshire and is still on its way here. Maxime has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. See you in the next one. So this is KLM flight 926 arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland, an A321neo, and after that we're going to get KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich, a 737-900. Retrolux is crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire as we speak and should be here in 15 or so minutes from now. Probably won't be too far behind the Emirates Sky Cargo, come to think of it. Yeah, well, it's still a bit further back, but it is over the Gulf of Yorkshire already, coming this way. So it is nice to see that in the west things have opened up a little, contrary to the north where things are still mostly cloudy. Although when you look around here and there, you do see a few openings in the clouds. Hey Gerrit! Gerrit has made it over. Good to see you, mate. Long time no see. Hoe is het? Valt toch wel mee? Oh? Je zit even te denken, hoe ga je hier normaal, hoe kom je hier normaal gesproken naartoe gefietst?
Nee.
Ja.
Want ik zie jullie van de weg.
Ja. En volgens mij zou je onderhand via de hoofdvaart of zo deze kant op moeten en dan op een gegeven moment in Hoofddorp deze kant op. heb je iets van navigatie op je telefoon dat je een nieuwe route kan zoeken? Oh, ja. Nou ja, net op tijd. We gaan zo meteen de Retro Cargolux hier zien. En er komt zo meteen ook nog de A380 in een speciale livery. Die gaat naar de Aalsmeerbaan nu. Ja, die komt over een half uurtje ongeveer. 1:55 ongeveer. Ja. Vanmorgen was hij al gepland om 1:30 en hij is nog meer vertraagd terwijl hij onderweg was. Gerrit has arrived over here, and we were talking about how hard it was for him to get here with having to take a different route on his. He always comes here on bike. It was a bit more complex to come here than it is to go to the Polderbaan. But I said to him he is just in time to see the Retrolux Cargolux 747, which is going to be landing here, of course. And we were also discussing that the A380 was a bit late. It was already pretty late, and it incurred more delay as it was flying to the Netherlands. Marja zegt goeiedag Gerrit.
Hello everybody.
En Gerrit says hi everybody back. Frans in de chat. Frans Heijmans, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Wat zeg je? Ja. Gerrit is in full AMS Live livery. Absolutely. Clementia also has to go. Fijne donderdag. See you soon. This is KLM flight 1640 arriving from Turin, Embraer 190. We have KLM flight 1124 arriving behind it. It's back to all the Embraer types that KLM has. Now an Embraer 190, then an Embraer 175, then an E2 Embraer 195, and after that Air France with a Bombardier C-Series 300, which is nice. It allows us to compare the engine sounds and the whistle when the two airplane types pass by back to back. You'll see it sounds very similar, if not identical. If I were to close my eyes, I wouldn't be able to discern an E2 Embraer passing by from the sound of an A220 passing by, but maybe one of you will. I'm not sure if there is a difference, but if there is a difference, you need good ears, and I definitely don't have those. Then again, my world is nice and more silent than for other people, probably. And with Sky Cargo, another test case to see if we can already spot wide bodies on downwind. It should be going downwind somewhere over there. On paper it ought to be there, it ought to be visible if there were no clouds, but since there are clouds, they are always a limiting factor, and it seems that they're still restricting our visibility of airplanes flying downwind. They're obviously a bit higher than the airplanes that are final. I haven't succeeded in finding any of the wide bodies that were on downwind. Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla. Ordinarily it ought to be visible. Not yet. And I know that my eyes aren't the best, but ordinarily I would have been able to succeed in finding it. I'm pretty sure it's still the clouds that are hindering our visibility. KLM 1124 arriving from Cork in Ireland. Bit wobbly at the end. Stadro, goedemiddag. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated when people say hi and where they're from. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask it. Regardless of the number of people watching, don't be shy. There's no such thing as a stupid question. The people over here are friendly and are more than willing to try to answer any questions you might have. Hey, ETA for the A380 has increased to 204, says Maria. Although that makes it harder for me to, less time for me to get home and have lunch and then go to the vet. It is good news for us though. Good news for the people waiting here at Kaagbaan, because it might be that the A380 will come to the Kaagbaan after all with the current ETA. I will have to go after the A380. Cannot wait for any other airplanes. I know that the Kühne and Nagel is also coming, but I really have to go, otherwise I'll be strapped for time. $204. It will mean if that's going to happen, if it stays that ETA, it may well be that the A380 is coming to the Kaagbaan after all, and with that special livery, it will be a channel premiere. Even if we did already see it before, which I'm not sure that we did, but if that were the case, then it will be a premiere to see it up close for the first time. So I've got mixed feelings. More hurry for me later, but it is good to see that special livery up close if it were to come to runway 24. Keep me posted, guys. It will probably enter Dutch airspace pretty soon. Now, you guys tell me if you heard the difference between this and the E2 before it. If you heard the difference, could you also describe what the difference is to you? To me, it sounded very similar. If I closed my eyes, I would have been able to say it was either an E2 or an A220, but I wouldn't have been able to say which of the two it was. Maria's keeping things exciting. Oh geez, now 201. A380 currently over Munster, so it will also depend on the benevolence of ATC today, I think. Are they going to be rigid? Are they going to be lenient? Are they going to be flexible? Do they see that we are here with a ground crew, and are they going to think, hey, let's do those guys a favor? Send the A380 to the Kaagbaan. It is very similar, isn't it, Paul? I think what that also says is that what you're hearing when an airplane passes you by is mostly caused by the engine probably. Obviously, airplanes all look the same in that they have wings and that they have a tail and whatnot, but the way the flaps are designed apparently doesn't make that much of a difference when they pass you by. I think it's mostly the engines that determine what the airplane sounds like when they pass you by. Now 1:59 p.m. Oh Jesus. Jesus Christ. It makes it so exciting to see where the A380 will be assigned to. In the meantime, Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9922 arriving from Aguadilla is up here. Arriving after 8 hours and 25 minutes of flight. Let's listen to it. Here too. This sound if I had my eyes closed, I still would have been able to say with certainty that this was an A777, but whether it was a 300 a freighter, I wouldn't have been able to say, because these two have, I think these two actually have similar engines, and they sound so similar that if you close your eyes, you had to say which one it was, 300 or freighter. I don't think anybody would have been able to say so. Maybe lucky guessing it, but saying it with certainty, it's impossible to do since these are sounding exactly the same. It's easier to discern the 777-300s and freighters from the 200s. Those have different engines and sound distinctly different. Let me zoom out of flight radar and see where the A380 is at. It's approaching Enschede and will be crossing into Dutch airspace in a minute or so from now, literally. In the meantime, Retrolux is on base and is approaching the glide slope. I am already scanning the sky above the buildings in the foreground to see if I can spot it already. Don't think I am. We are able to see the preceding airplanes. And we have a visual on Retrolux. Retrolux is now number 3 to arrive, being preceded by Transavia 6008. 6008 arriving from Porto in Portugal. And the A380 assigned to the Aalsmeerbaan. Okay, well, there you go. That is a bit of a bummer. So ATC is not being very lenient today. Very rigid. That is very unfortunate. At least we have an answer. It's not the answer we would have wanted, but it's still at least clarity. And you never know. You never know. We've seen it before that airplanes were assigned to one runway on Bezoekbas and it got switched to another. Here is another one of the newer liveries of Transavia. With more green in the engines. Here we go. We can already see the cute book, the Snooty, the Retrolux with that black nose tip. Looking so cute. Zooming in a little. Such a cute looking airplane. Cargo Lux 8-6 November, arrival from Miami, Florida. The gear is now extending. Retro Lux, 8 hours and 3 minutes on the way. The Lima X-Ray November Charlie Lima, a 20-year-old machine already, hailing from July 2006. Howdy mates, goedemiddag, and welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and this is Retro Lux. E2 Embraer 195 in the foreground, arriving from Firenze or Florence. Slight correction there. Obviously there is crosswind blowing for the airplanes landing on this runway. From their left to their right, which means that the airplanes are pointing their noses away from us a little. It's like we're getting the silent treatment, even though we didn't do anything wrong. What a cutie. I think it's such a cute looking airplane, even though it is a big machine. It looks endearing. Let's look and listen, guys. Retro Lux, here we go. Oof. Relatively rough landing. Hey, zie je later man. Ja. Veel plezier, succes met de A380 jongens. Right, young lad Exodus, they're all going to try to cycle to the other runway to catch the A380 in time. And right now, no traffic following the Retro Lux. Interesting to see. Hey, and the SAS CRJ is also approaching. I think that the geese are on land now. Yeah, they are. Have a look. Mightily big birds. Mighty big birds. Well, the young lad Exodus, they're all running and doing their best to get to the Aalsmeerbaan in time. Quite spectacular to see. Retro Lux. In the meantime, the Emirates A380 is still flying towards Lelystad. It will have to be directed to the southwest first to be going this way. Martin has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Hopefully see you again in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. It even has, well, what to call it? Something below the windows, the cockpit windows. Adds to the dramatic look. Retrolux has arrived at its final destination on the apron. Turning final, as it were. And where will it end up? Behind the bonus queen, but before the triples. Qatar and Suparna. Over here in the foreground we have the Compass Air Cargo, which we saw land here earlier in the show. Dirty tail, dirty bum, and also still a sort of rainbow of an older livery that never got removed properly. Danny says all the wide bodies from the east to 06 except the A380, unfortunately. Is that so? Are the wide bodies behind the A380 assigned to 06? That's surprising to hear. Well, like I said before, I really have to wrap up after the A380 has landed. Gotta head home, grab a quick bite, and then head over to the vet with the cat. We can see that there's a bird control inspection, a runway inspection in progress by the bird control, I should say. And with the exception of these pickup trucks by bird control, which with the exception of one are all Ford Ranger Raptors, most of the yellow vehicles, the yellow Schiphol vehicles that you see are Volkswagens. Never realized it until last week or so. It's almost always Volkswagens that you see, except the bird control Raptors. Maria has to sign off. Thank you so much for joining, Maria. Sleep tight, and I will see you in the next one, hopefully. And bye-bye from Gerrit as well. Yeah, Gerrit and I are now the only ones left over here. Well, no, there's also somebody standing in the corner of the grass field. But the young audience that was here all along and that you might have also heard on occasion, they've all gone. I hope they'll make it. They were going to try to make it to the Aalsmeerbaan before the A380 lands there. I'm not sure how long it takes on bicycle to get there. Yeah, by car I would also say it's already a tight time slot. Gerrit isn't too optimistic that they're going to be able to make it. We have a female bird controller who was picking something up and putting something in the back of the Ranger. Not sure if you guys were able to see what it was. Inanimate debris or inanimate carcass of something that was alive before. K1 with the new AMS logo. Basking in sunshine, which is now shining over here where we are situated. Does look like the K and the 1 are a bit smaller, less bold than the K and the number are on the other vehicles. They've downsized the stickers. Okay, the next airplane to the Kaagbaan is on final already. It's Vueling, arriving from Valencia, an A320. The CRJ from SAS is on final to 36 right, and I'm looking behind me to see if I can spot it. Haven't seen a single CRJ in today's show yet, so it would be nice if we were able to catch the one to the Aalsmeerbaan right now. I'm feeling like such an old man. It's pretty close by. I think I ought to be able to see it, and I'm not seeing it yet. Oh yeah, now I do have it. I was looking more to the left than where it is in the sky, or at least I think that is the CRJ. Or is that the airplane behind the CRJ? No, that's the CRJ, alright. Cool. First CRJ of the show, and most likely the only. CRJ 900, arriving from Copenhagen. SAS. Operated by CityJet. It is registered in Ireland, as is typical. Mitsubishi CRJ 900 long range. The EIGEC Golf Echo Charlie. 17-year-old machine. First flight somewhere in 2009. In the meantime, Vueling is approaching behind me. You'll probably be able to pick that up on the microphone. First controller is beeping. And it's gone. Right, the A380 should be flying in the vicinity of the Vinkenveense Plassen, and ordinarily that is a moment in time, and I can already see, I can see it already. I was about to say ordinarily it is a moment in time where we are able to see it already. Yeah, you could see it before it hit the clouds, before I got properly zoomed in, but it was there, and it will probably make another appearance when it clears the cloud that's now more or less covering the left half of the screen. Yeah, there it is, in between the clouds. Here it is, special delivery A380. Yeah, and now it's once again in the clouds. That was the downside of having a relatively low ceiling. Here it is again. And that was Lufty in the foreground. Yeah. As the A380 is descending, it should become more clearly visible once it clears the clouds and flies below the ceiling. The obvious question is, where will that happen, since we're now no longer seeing it and unable to follow exactly where it is. There it is. Right, and am I able to bring out any details yet? No, just the color scheme. You can see it is diverting from what the standard livery looks like, but not much more than that. We can see it turning. A380 is turning base. Quite nicely, actually. And another E2 behind us. You'll hear the whistle. Now, if I didn't say it was an E2, and you didn't look on Flight Radar, you probably would have guessed it was either an E2 or an A220, because those two sound so similar. To me this sounds exactly the same, but maybe there is a difference. Maybe somebody has good ears and is able to discern the two. I for one am not. I think somewhere behind the trees, the leaves, the A380 should still be, but oh, there it is already. There you go. Now we're going to lose it temporarily because the building will be in the way for a while, until it is on final and emerges from, yeah, somewhere here behind the buildings. Why don't we turn around quickly and have a quick look at the last airplane before the A380 will touch down on 36 right, the last airplane of today's show, landing on the Kaagbaan. This is KLM Flight 1006, arriving from London Heathrow, and you might be wondering, London?
You know,
yes.
Fish, chips, cup of tea, Bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Yep. Good landing. No issues there. A380 has become visible. It is on final now. The gear is still up. Let's use a little bit of digital zoom. Why don't we? So that we can bring it in a bit more closer. Have a look at its livery. It's now number 5 on Flight Radar, tracked by 821 people. This is the Emirates Courier Express special livery, which I'm not sure if it is a channel premiere or not. It might be, it might not be. Me and Paul at least don't remember. I'm not too sure. Maybe it is a channel premiere. The Emirates Courier Express Alpha 6 Echo Tango is its registration. The airplane itself is already 12 years old. Its first flight was in November 2013. And ordinarily, before the geopolitical turmoil that went down earlier this year and Emirates flew their usual route, it would have flown around 6.5 hours at this point to get here. Today it has flown 7 hours and 11 minutes. Recently they have begun taking another detour, a more elaborate route to Amsterdam, because they have been consistently flying 7 to 7.5 hours lately, as of late. I think they're once again avoiding certain parts of the Middle East due to the escalating situation over there, or at least the ongoing situation over there. Don't know much about this special livery. What it means, if it signifies a sub-company, a subcontractor, if it is a product of Emirates. I'm looking forward to any explanation in the in the live chat. If anybody knows more. Courier Express, is that a subsidiary of Emirates? Or is it a separate entity? It does come with the ribbon tail, this special livery. What to make of it? I don't think it's necessarily pretty, but it does stand out. Now it's just a bit blurry. Here we see a bit more of the details. Yes, this will make for a nice thumbnail, I think. Last glimpse upcoming, and then the rollout. And this was the last glimpse. Now we need to wait until it has touched down on 36 right and is rolling out. I think we'll be able to see the tail a bit more in advance, actually, if we point the camera more in the direction of the Compass Air Cargo. Such a tall tail. Usually, oh yeah, there it is. Not so much at the Compass, but the lack of severe heat makes the distortion, the heat wave distortion, relatively mild, so that we can still see a bit of the livery. The A380 has landed safely, and Richard says it's a special A380 livery to promote their new door-to-door delivery service, Emirates Courier Express. Which is why it looks like a giant flying parcel. Thank you so much, Richard, for the explanation. I didn't know that until now, so thanks for letting us know. Learned something new. I have to wrap up, guys. I need to go home quickly and have an appointment later today. I will see you again in the next one. Hopefully it will be tomorrow. I'm not sure that it will, but we'll see. Thank you so much for joining me here today. I had a great time. Hope you guys enjoyed the show as well. Leave a like on your way out if you haven't already. If you did enjoy the show and you want to help this channel grow, massive big thank already contributed with likes, with super chats, super stickers, gifted memberships and the likes. Thank you to everybody who was ground crew, the young lads who are no longer here but maybe watch this in replay. Thank you also for coming over, Gerrit. It was so nice to have you here. Thank you people at home for watching. Thank you moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. I will see you again in the next one, which hopefully will be tomorrow. For now, I'm going to say take care and see you soon. Bye for now, guys.